Ahem. Bad rats, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when the cats get nuked? Hello, Charkie.
Hey, Cass.
Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Welcome to Bad Rats, the Rat's Revenge. This is the show in which we play Bad Rats, the Rat's Revenge, though the subtitle is often dropped and just called Bad Rats. Released July 20th, 2009, worldwide across Steam's digital distribution platform. Hey, that was yesterday, July 20th. It's almost like we're doing this episode around the game's anniversary or something. As mentioned, this is exclusively a PC release, developed by Invent4 Entertainment, emanating from Brazil, published originally by Invent4 themselves, though Strategy First would pick up publishing rights in around 2010 and continue to distribute the game in the years since. This is one of the big ones. This is one of the big name bad games, one of the ones that everyone seems to know.
Yep, everyone check your Steam library. There's a good chance you got it sitting there.
Yeah, that's the thing, that this game rose to prominence in a very particular way, as a joke, basically. And it wasn't an immediate success. This is one of those games where its bad reputation actually is the reason why it was able to become something like a success. The reason why it was able to achieve some measure of profit for its developers. And we will get into who those developers are. Primarily one, Augustus or Augusto Bulo. As we get into the history section, boy howdy is there a history section for this one. Because, you know, most people who cover Bad Rats just play the game and be like, man, this sure sucks. And they might, you know, if you're lucky, mention the fact that it was a Steam gag gift for a while. But back in the day, back when we were doing the Bad Game Hall of Fame as a writing project, we wrote an article on Bad Rats. badgamehalloffame.com/bad-rats-the-rats-revenge. It's hard when the word bad is in the title of the game to distinguish it from our own branding here. And we were some of the first people, if some of the only people, to bother looking into who actually made this game. And that was back in 2018. And so this go-around, now that we are doing the streaming thing, I have endeavored to put together an even more comprehensive history section here for the show. But before we get into any of that, I should ask you, Charkie, here at the top of the show, what is your familiarity with Brazil?
Brazil. I know that a lot of our audience is from there. I don't know a lot of Portuguese. I actually know Portuguese. I have said before that Portuguese is a language that I look at and I'm like, I almost understand some of that. It's just close enough to Spanish. But, no, good food. Good food in Brazil. For sure. I've been to a Brazilian steakhouse and I entered what some friends called the meat fugue after the fact. Yeah, I thought you were going to ask me about the game, but sure. What's your familiarity with Brazil? I mean, you're very familiar having written a lot of video game audiences, a lot of video game articles from there.
So, you know, my expertise is on the Zeebo in particular. I wrote a script for the Stop Skeletons from Fighting that got me in good with the South American contingent, you know, doing that research and trying to get as much of that right as possible. In the same way that writing this history section tonight, I've tried to include as much as I can, paying homage to the culture, as it were. And we do thank our South American contingent of the audience. And I will ask you, I suppose, you know, it's only fair, what is your familiarity with Bad Rats?
Okay, so I love The Incredible Machine. I'm sure that's in your notes about
it's known. Game. It's fairly obvious that this game is something of an homage to it.
So I got this game at some point. I don't know if I got it willingly or if it was a gag gift. It was probably the latter, given the times. I did write a review for this game in which I stated, like, you know the saying about insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. But what if you tried the same thing and actually got different results every time? That every single time something different would happen and maybe it would eventually work. Welcome to Bad Rats, a physics simulation puzzle game.
Yeah, that's the trick with this game, and part of its toxic reputation, part of its negative reception, is the fact that it is physics-based with randomly deterministic physics, which can cause problems. We'll get into that as we get into the game.
And of course, as an early adapter to Steam, I was guilty as charged of spreading the plague of bad rats.
I believe I was gifted
being
it.
Be like, oh, it was $1.
I was gifted it as well, and then proceeded to gift it to other people, as was the style at the time. And as we will get into in the history section, how that even started and at what point in time that started, because it certainly wasn't in 2009. No one knew or gave a shit about this game until 2012. I'll tell you that much, and we'll get into exactly how that happened. But first,
and I think there's a very specific reason why, in terms of how the Steam ecosystem was at the time. But maybe you can know that, maybe I get into that then. But we do have something else to discuss first. You're right.
Yes, we do have something to get into. That, of course, being Charkie Stream Snack.
All right. I did just check my Steam inventory, by the way. I have 2 copies of Bad Rats sitting in there still. From like over a decade ago, I'm sure. So, hey, maybe I'll give them out tonight. No, I won't. Anyway, tonight's stream snack is... let me carefully bring this around because it's already open. Alani Nu Hawaiian Shaved Ice. That would be the... I think it's like a strawberry and coconut flavor. Which I don't know if I can have strawberry anymore. But it's the secret of 0% juice, so I can have this. And our snack tonight, I decided to go with something cheesy, is Bertolli Arancini Parmesan breaded risotto balls. So I've had some risotto balls on the show before. They're pretty good. This is a different brand, though. This is not like the generic store brand that I got. This is something else, so they look very good on the outside, but what matters is the inside. So I'll take a taste while you, Cass, tell us what you brought.
I'm just drinking my Topo Chico blueberry with hibiscus extract. I'm enjoying my Topo Chico arc. I got some Doritos in the fridge, too, that I haven't had in so long. I'm finally getting back into soda. Great a time for it. Now that I've quit smoking, I'm attempting to quit smoking. It's time to get back into sugary sodas. Earlier today, I know you're eating rice balls right now. I was watching some Guga episodes on YouTube, Guga Foods, and he likes to make the side dishes in addition to his steak experiments, and he made this like fucking rice ball dish that I seriously have my eyes on that I might try to replicate in some capacity.
So, the risotto rice balls here, Parmesan. Pretty good. The breading is very heavy. It's a good breading. It's a very crispy breading. But it is permeating a lot of the flavor. But I'm still getting the creaminess of the Parmesan in the risotto. It's a very mild flavor. I think one of the other risotto ball things I had was like a pimento cheese. That was real good for like a store brand thing. It was so rich. This still a little rich, less so than how decadent that thing was, but pretty good. You know, kind of mild as you would expect out of a Parmesan, but this is gonna be filling for sure. Yeah, I do enjoy this. So that's one thing tonight I'll be having fun with. And I think with that might do it for the stream snack.
I think it might. And with that, we will cut to the main stage, which I have decked out with rats, as you may be able to tell. Apologies to anyone who has a fear of rats, but this is probably not the episode for you. Just top to bottom.
Also, if you're someone who likes cats, this is not the episode for you.
Oh shit, I better tune out then. I'll catch you later, Charkie. This is all on you.
I like cats.
Yeah, hey. I do too, but you know, it comes with the territory of this game. It comes with the subject matter. And speaking of that subject matter, let us get that history section underway. starting with this slide here, starting with on the left, one, let me make sure I have this correct here, Gustavo Bulo on the left and Augusto Bulo on the right, brothers, and the minds behind one, and I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of this too. I apologize in advance, folks, for all the mispronunciating I will be doing when it comes to Brazilian terminologies and things and places and such, but the developer we're going to be honing in on here, one of the two, is Espaço Informaticas. So,
Now, I
this
could be wrong, but I think the C written like that is like the C in facade.
Espaço,
I think possibly our audience will correct us. If we're
I
wrong.
hope they will. This candid photo, by the way.
Yeah, sounds like a regular S. Good.
Perfect. Comes from a segment on RBS TV program, RBS being the Rede Brasil Sul da Televisão network in Brazil, one of the largest broadcasting networks. They had a segment on a show called Patrola that you can actually watch on YouTube where they're interviewed about their game development business. This clip was actually uploaded by Gustavo himself onto YouTube. And the history I'm about to get into here, the earliest history of the company, will come courtesy of the Espaço Informatica website, which is still up and still has a company history section. And so I will read sometime in the first half of the 1980s on Oasis Sul Beach, Leo Bulo, purely for fun, created Safari, an adventure game on a TK-82C, which I believe is some like off-brand model of ZX Spectrum, with a powerful 16 kilobyte memory expansion connected to a black and white TV. The game was not commercialized. It was only distributed on cassette tape to some friends, proto-nerds, who had personal computers at that time. The first computer company, Venancio Aires, was founded by Leo and Cleci Bluau in 1990. The company developed software, offered courses, and sold computers and supplies. In 1998, Augusto Bulo, an IT specialist, and Gustavo Bulo, an architect, sons of the founders, transformed the company into one of the first digital game developers in Brazil. Between 1998 and 2008, the company developed 9 digital games that were published in various countries at a time when releases were not worldwide, but licensed separately in each country and distributed on physical media such as CDs and DVDs. So, what this is to basically expound on this, Brazil's game development scene, sort of a tortured route to get to where they are today, which is still, like they're the 9th biggest gaming market in the world, but for a long time, from like the 1980s and well into the 2000s, there was policies, basically like trade policies in place by the government that made it so that importing games or exporting game product was not a viable financial prospect, that, they're the black market of games in Brazil and so forth. And so there were like homespun development studios that were producing games for that market. You get Tectoy, established in the late 80s to, do manufacturing deals with Sega and distribution deals with Sega. But as far as like independent game studios, they sort of take a longer time to start to formulate, to sort of like formalize within Brazil. One of the big games, one of the earliest games that like is really like credited to like, being credited as being one of the first games in Brazil was a 1983 game. I believe it was a graphic adventure game by the name of Adventures in the Jungle, which is, I believe, different from Safari, mentioned here, developed by Leo Bulo, the dad of these two, if I'm to interpret the data correctly. It's a very interesting, like, sort of like niche, and we're not going to get too much into the Brazilian gaming space here because there are episodes of this show that we will do in future that will probably center more on that. If we ever do any Zebo coverage, we'll get way more into the weeds on it. If we play,
we ever do our 3-hour Crazy Bus stream,
we could. That's Venezuela, to be clear.
You're right. Fuck.
But if we ever do Incident de Varginha, which will also come up in this section too, that'll be an episode where we get like deep in the weeds. But the point here is that these brothers here, our main characters really, Augusto and Gustavo, take their father's company, inherit their father's company, and while they had previously just been responsible for doing like business software and computer supplies, they make the decision to pivot to game development in 1998, possibly on the back of seeing the success of games like the Virginia Incident, which is one of the first first-person shooters to emanate from Brazil, based in a deeply cultural, like, very specific UFO sighting seen in Brazil. So, but it is a game that managed to get some amount of global distribution, and I believe the brothers Bulo see an opportunity to make a name for themselves in the nascent Brazilian game development scene. To this end, the first game they work on as a studio is a game by the name of Hades 2.
Wow, that's been in early access for
a while
forever.
Jeez. Yeah, it took them a while, but they finally got there. Yeah, so good luck trying to find information about this game because of the more recent and more popular Hades 2 squeakle to the game Hades. This Hades 2 is not a squeakle to anything. There was no Hades 1 for the brothers Bulo to make a successor to, but I believe the 2 in the name is like something to do with like the text of the game, something to do with the game's narrative. I don't know necessarily. What I can tell you is that this game was recipient to a lot of press. We mentioned RBS TV coverage centering on the brothers and highlighting their game development business. There's another segment that Gustavo uploaded to YouTube from another RBS program, Jornal de Almoço, which covers their development of Hades 2, shows them behind-the-scenes green screen footage, them capturing footage here for digitized actors that will comprise the game's enemy roster and ally roster. According to the company website, the first productions that Information Espacio Informatica's got into were just like graduation projects, Augusto's like personal projects for his college that he used the branding for. There was a 1998 game by the name of Abduction, but that was, again, not commercially released. This was more just like, for a college course and maybe distributed to friends and family in the same way that Safari earlier, in the same way that his dad had shared it with proto nerds. Their first professionally developed game, developed between 1999 and 2000, Hades 2, is a sci-fi shooter, an independent production that was released in Brazil, Great Britain, Mexico, Argentina, and the United Arab Emirates. So this is a game where they developed in-country and managed to get some amount of global distribution, missing the likes of North America, you may notice there, missing a lot of countries, but still managing to sign some sorts of deals with like boutique labels, managed to export the game code and get manufacturing discs printed in those regions. But more about Hades 2. Here's what the game looks like in still form. I've played a little bit of this.
Sick font.
It is. This is a very, for the year 2001, or was it 2000 in that it released? One of the two. It's primitive. It plays like a build engine game. It's not actually build engine. It's a 3D game studio and their Acnex core for DOS, which is actually the same engine that powered 1998's Incidente em Virginia by Brazilian studio Perceptum Informatica. So there is some degree of parity. There's some similarities between these two games beyond the fact that they're just first-person shooters. They're built on the same engine. They use many of the same like rendering techniques. And this game is not good in terms of gameplay. It's again very primitive for its time. It's very janky. The digitized sprites, you have human allies that run around in trench coats. I believe there's a sexy lady who's wearing very little, who you can also who also follows you around and shoots back at the alien invaders along with you.
I know it's a common glitch for like 3D models to T-pose, but if you can glitch somehow for digitized actor to T-pose, like that is something.
That's impressive. It's fairly standard stuff. The level design is a little lacking. And, getting it to run on modern computers is no small feat. Though it must be mentioned, and what is cool is that Espacio has been distributing this game, allowing you to download it for free off of their website since around 2008 or 2009. So you can just go to this page here, the Espacio Informatica website, and just download the game and see, bang your head against it until it runs on your computer.
Really hard to give a free game as a gag gift though, when it's just like a link to some website?
You said to send an executable via email, because that
Yeah,
always goes well.
that's the ultimate gag gift.
They do give a little bit of information on the page on the website, where they write that Hades 2 is a game developed between 1999 and 2000. Based on the standard of the time, the game features images in 256 colors, in addition to characters filmed from real actors. The first project developed by the company, the shooter became a classic in Brazil and one of the first successful Brazilian games abroad. If I recall correctly from research I did for the original Bad Rats article, I think it sells somewhere in the neighborhood of 50,000 copies globally, which again is not terrible. It's certainly like somewhere in the tens of thousands, which does make it something of a minor success for the studio. Successful enough that one of the first posts you'll find on the Espacio Informatica website on their news page is a 2003 post, which reads as follows. Now it's official. Espacio declares that the first movements to produce Hades 3 have been started. Now we have a better technology, a more expert team, and you can expect a revolutionary shooter to make history, says the guys from Espacio. There is no release date to the game for now, but the works have been started, end quote. That never happens. We never do get a Hades 3. They end up pursuing some different styles of games and different types of games, and getting away from... I'll say that this game here, it tries to be like, hardcore. There's like blood and guts when you kill the enemies, explosions, guns, et al. They're aiming for that sort of core shooter, that core gamer, as we would call it at the time, marketing wise. First person shooter is a sort of very targeted thing, but very quickly they would kind of drop that entire persona. They would drop that tone and quickly pivot to family-friendly games and edutainment titles, as was the style at the time. They list some of their other games on a page, on the history page on the Espacio Informatica website, to fly through them quickly. Their second title, Christmas Magic, is a children's game with a Christmas theme, a sleigh flight simulator developed on commission for the English company Inca Gold, infamous purveyors of shovelware, that was distributed in Brazil, Germany, the USA, Australia, Italy, Poland, and Russia in 2002. In 2004, this is a German title, Der Pferderenstall, also known as Jockey Club, was created, a strategy game, a management simulator for a racehorse farm, developed on commission for the German company Caprehina Games. It was distributed in Brazil, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, France, Italy, Austria, the Netherlands, and Great Britain. They take great care to mention which countries the games they made were distributed in, because that was, again, like a point of pride for them. The fact they were getting their games outside of Brazil, outside of just South America, was a feather in their cap. That brings us to Wingel, known internationally as Mars to Earth, which is a collection of children's minigames based on an alien character and brand. Pictured here, the little green guy looking like a frog. This was an independent production from 2005. It was distributed in Great Britain, the Netherlands, and Germany. 2006 brings us Thoroughbred Tycoon. 2006 also brings us Newton Monkey Business Ping Pong, a table tennis simulator for use with the Novant Falcon controller, released in the USA, commissioned by the American company Novant. Also commissioned by Novant in 2007, Feelin' It Golf, a golf simulator for use with that same controller. Then finally, 2007's Farm Vet Mission Veterinary, a third-person simulator where the player is a veterinary apprentice, released in the United States, France, Germany, and the Netherlands. The game was developed on commission for the American company Legacy Interactive, purveyors of fine point-and-click products.
Is it bad that I still want a Novant controller?
No, it's not. That thing was novel, to be sure. Unlike these games, which are all very cookie-cutter in their ways, clearly what happens here is that Hades 2 is sort of an anomaly in their catalog. As much as that may be like an original idea, what they probably wanted to traffic in, making games that could hang with contemporaries in the market. What they end up, finding as far as distribution deals are concerned, as far as dealing with foreign studios, publishers, manufacturers at all, is that the demand is mostly for budget games, is mostly for family-friendly products, things that can go up on store shelves and sort of, be inoffensive in their ways. That these are the deals that they keep getting offered, and so they're developing these things on contract. They're developing these things, probably getting, being given the titles or the bare concept for a game, saying, hey, we want something like a horse raising simulator, and and the design is up to you. And
Mars to Earth, got it. No, try again.
So, these games, they vary in quality. I can't say I played any of these games, uh, but from bits and snippets I've seen, they seem competent enough for the era in which they were published, but they also seem like work for hire. They do not seem like passion projects in the same way that a Hades 2 clearly was. And at a certain point, they seem like they're trapped in this sort of casual market, that they're trapped in designing these style of games and getting further and further away from the games that primarily Augusto, I believe, is wanting to develop. Augusto Bulo really seems like the one who's heading the charge for trying to make more hardcore games, as the case may
they're
be.
trapped. They're trapped like some sort of animal that could be trapped in a cage.
If only we had some sort of example of that. And so, I mentioned here in my notes that Augusto Bulo was likely the one pushing to take their games in an edgier direction again, and ultimately goes on to head development at a newly founded studio, Invent4 Entertainment, spun off from Espacio Informatica. He brings with him from Espacio artist Carlos Alberto Conquel Bulo, who is another member of the family. It is a family business of sorts. He also brings sound designer and composer Marcio Stein, and also, in some capacity, brings on Gustavo, his brother, as a contributing additional artist. But he is not necessarily on the company ledger in the same way that Augusto is. This Invent4 company is largely Augusto's baby. This puts Augusto in the position of conceptualizing, designing, and programming his own original game concepts as of July 2009, when the company is first announced and established, as well as their first game coming out at around this time, that being Bad Rats. But first, before we get to the subject of Bad Rats, we should go to the Invent4 About page, which is still up, website still up, and inquire about that name. According to the company's website, the name Invent4 was chosen to, quote, represent the company's goal and motivation to invent new and better products for the entertainment. More practically speaking, it was probably just meant to make the brand seem more global and to distance themselves from their roots in the Brazilian market, because, having, a Portuguese name is only going to get you so far in the international market, unfortunately, at this time. So coming up with a name that is more generic, that is more English in its roots, is probably better for getting those global distribution deals signed, as far as like advertising and selling yourself to other publishers and developers. So they begin development with Bad Rats, though when they begin development of Bad Rats, the name of the game wasn't fully settled upon for a while. You can dive into the game's files when you install the game, and you'll find, like, in the files, alternate names of the game that include Mad Rats and Blood Rats. There's also some unused lines of code, which seem to imply that they were originally going to have a multiplayer component to the game. As it stands, there's a high score, there's a leaderboards in the game, but they originally wanted to have it so that you could have level editing and creating your own levels for people to play, uploading them. There's an article on the cutting room floor that mentions that there are remnants of online multiplayer using servers, maps, and clients in the debug code. But overall, because we're getting to the game when we get into the game, but I will say just at this point that the impression I get is that Bad Rats is probably more reflective of Augusto's sensibilities than their range of edutainment titles was. At the very least, it certainly represents a dramatic shift in tone from those games, opting for what comes across as a subversive take on a generally kid-friendly casual play puzzle game. We mentioned The Incredible Machine earlier. That this game is, by all means, is effectively a version of The Incredible Machine, where you're placing prop objects, pushing pusher objects, tools and stuff. You're placing them around a map in order to get a object from one end of the map to another.
Or to put it another way, you're given a scene and you're given a goal, and you need to make a Rube Goldberg machine that will move things to trigger the thing at the very end. Or another way to describe it for younger people, it's like that OK Go music video. You're making an OK Go music video.
Yeah, that'll resonate with the kids in 2026. That's
for the Gen Z.
Reference.
I don't know. I got nothing for you, Gen Z. I'm sorry.
I would go as far as to say that Bad Rats comes across as a sort of a protest against the grade of games that Augusto had been stuck developing for the past years, something like an impassioned resignation from the casual market. Augusto even seemed content with the idea that they might alienate some of their longtime fans. Even their immediate families had their concerns. There is a Kotaku article, an interview with Augusto Bulo that we'll be referencing several times. This comes out in around 2016 and is a reflection on the legacy of Bad Rats. I'm going with the archive.org version of it here because it maintains formatting a little better. But there's a quote here that I absolutely have to read from Augusto, and it reads, "My aunt, after playing, asked me, 'Why such violence? Why kill cats?' And the answer is simple. Because they are rats. As the human being exterminated the dinosaurs before they were putting our lives in risk, the rats in this hypothetical parallel universe are exterminating their predators as well."
So, got like a history buff working in this game too.
In case it needs to be said, dinosaurs and humans did not exist at the same time. The human beings are not responsible for the extermination of the dinosaurs. There's conjecture whether it was a comet or volcanoes or some combination of the two, but we did not wipe dinosaurs off the face of the earth in the same way that the rats are very unlikely to wipe the cats off the face of the earth. I will contend that Augusto is probably well aware of this fact, that many of his quotes in this interview are kind of facetious or kind of knowingly, incendiary or otherwise, like him playing the fool to try and get as many quotes as he can into the article. We'll get into that. We'll get into his approach to being interviewed in due time. For now, let's take a look at the classic store page, the Steam store page entry for Bad Rats.
Yeah, because remember what this looks like.
Yeah, memories. Like the fact that this is on Steam is actually a pretty bold decision. That this method of distribution, rather than relying on external publishers, manufacturers, and selling Bad Rats as a physical game. Bad Rats, being the debut title on their new label, was also their debut on Steam. And this is back in the days, in 2009 when this game releases, before we had Steam Greenlight or Steam Direct, where publishers would have to make private arrangements with Valve directly in order to have their games listed on the storefront. Arrangements likely involving sums of money and haggling percentages and the like. Not to mention, this was still in an era where a team of Steam employees reportedly tested games for quality assurance before putting them up for sale on their marketplace. So surely, in submitting Bad Rats, the odds were stacked against Invent4 and their game ever making their way to the service. But, as Augusto would recount in that same Kotaku interview, it all went down in a pretty straightforward fashion. Quote, "We entered by the front door, we submitted our game, and got Bad Rats approved by the Steam staff."
This wasn't necessarily like the first of its kind, but there used to be a time where the idea of a bad game being on Steam was kind of foreign. Like, in the very, very early days of Steam seemed like a very curated shop where it's like, like Valve is picking the best of the best. So to see something like Bad Rats in and of itself kind of felt like a novelty back then.
It absolutely did, and I absolutely yearn for those days of Steam. I yearn to go back to a time where it was actually fucking curated. I yearn for a time where it's not just half AI slop and sex with Hitler games and whatever the fuck else. But you could say that Bad Rats sort of opened the door towards, for Steam, allowing just anything onto their service if you want to draw some sort of historical note or give this game more credit than it's probably due.
I would say it was Sid the Dummy, but go on.
Because, ultimately, Invent4 wanted this game to get attention right out the gate. They really thought that what they were cooking here was a game that was so shocking and controversial that it would just have to, by the merit of it being, so grotesque in its ways, that it would just immediately become like a top seller, become some sort of controversial, subject that, was subject to news articles and reviews and people being like, how is this game on Steam? That didn't wind up being the case. The game fails to pick up any immediate traction, with most critics content to completely ignore the game, and players not willing to spend the initial asking price of $5 to give it a go, because that was the initial asking price, was $5, so it released. It was a fairly low price, but not quite low enough for it to become Steam gift gag fodder on its initial release. And yeah, basically no reviews for this game. Basically no one picked up on this. This was not a news story. There was basically, out the gate, no interest in this game. The only review I could find, the only contemporaneous review I could find, comes from a fucking Blogspot page, a now defunct Blogspot page at that. This is a deep cut from the archives of Out of 8 PC game reviews, the project of one James Allen, where the gimmick is that they score games out of 8. I love stupid fucking arbitrary review score metrics. And by love, I mean hate. But we'll link to this review and we'll give a little bit of a snippet because, again, this is the only review that exists in this game from 2009. And actually, it's from August 2009. Just double checking the date there. And we will quote a little bit from it. Bad Rats involve subjecting cats to unspeakable evils by guiding a ball towards their chosen path to death. Decapitating cats was never so much fun. Ugh. The game has a satisfactory amount of content from the low price of $5, 44 levels. Some of the levels don't take too long to complete, under a minute for a superstar such as myself, but things get tougher as you progress through the game. They become slightly repetitive after a while since the 2D nature of the map design tends to get old. There are only so many ways you can bounce a ball over an obstacle towards a microwave with a cat inside. Bad Rats is a good puzzle game. While the basics of the game have been done numerous times before, triggering events using contraptions and physics, the unique rat abilities and unnecessary feline violence make the game stand out. The game is very cheap at only $5, and for that price you get 44 levels, a good value. The game lacks a level editor, some that would have been possible given the game's 2D puzzles, but there is enough content here to certainly justify that bargain price. The varied rats and their abilities make for some unique solutions, all of which are outlined at the easy difficulty setting to reduce frustration significantly. The interface could be easier to use, as all of your objects are inconveniently off-screen and require constant panning of the camera to access. The graphics and sound design are solid enough, and the realistic physics round out a solid puzzling package. Puzzle fans should certainly check out this title for a very small monetary investment before awarding the game a 6 out of 8.
So out of a 10, what would that be? That'd
be 7.5. That'd be a 75%.
Good
so
job.
Not only is this the highest scoring review for the game, it's the only scoring review for the game.
This is
Stuart Ashens subscribes with shout out to Ace Magazine, which scored each game out of 1,000 because yes, at least that's an even, at least that's a number you can divide by, 100 to get a real fucking number. But
was
folks,
Ace Magazine like Famitsu and they had 500 reviewers for each review or something?
each review
just
on a
average
scale
all
of-
together.
That'll be, that'd be taking a survey for each game, basically. Folks, just stick to out of 5s, out of 10s if you must. I'm a big proponent of the out of 5 scoring metric, but that's just me. So basically, from what I can gather, Invent 4, basically seeing the lack of reception, the lack of controversy, gives up on Bad Rats pretty quickly shortly after launch. They hand over the publishing rights to the game and enter a partnership with Strategy First in early 2010. They're a publisher that has a number of games up on Steam, one of the early entryways for independent developers to partner with them, get their games up on Steam, get global distribution, so on and so forth. And so the next game that Invent 4 sets their mind to developing and putting out is not a sequel to Bad Rats. They've basically given up on Bad Rats out the gate, as I mentioned. Their next game is instead Razor 2 Hidden Skies, which at least continues the trend of Augusto making games that are more in line with his sort of visions of making more serious games. This game does come out just a few months later on Steam. It is a underwhelming top-down shmup with an even more pared-down team producing it. It's just Augusto on programming, an artist, Luis Carlos Zardo, serving double duty as the game's lead designer, in addition to making the 3D models, and a Rogerio Deck as composer, so a 3-person team developing this game. And, for what it is, I've seen gameplay of it. It doesn't look terrible. I'm not a shmup expert, so I couldn't tell you what exactly is wrong with this game. What I can tell you is that it gets enough distribution through Strategy First that it is able to get covered by the likes of GameSpot and IGN, which, at least means that their game is on the map, is getting promoted by means of reviews, but those reviews are still few and far between. GameSpot and IGN being the most prominent gaming outlets, and 2 of like 5 people to even cover the game, to the tunes of 5s and 7s out of 10. So I'm going to read from GameSpot's 5 out of 10 scoring review, penned by Chris Waters. To quote, "The story in Razor 2 involves a threat as vague as the art style is bland. You, and only you, are embroiled in a war against endless metal ships, some with colorful highlights and sinister-looking pointy parts. Despite some variation, the visuals are generic space cliche throughout. They are clean and serve their purpose of clearly showing your enemies and their projectiles, but you certainly won't be distracted by any attractive sights. Poorly written pre-mission briefings are spoken aloud by a robotic female voice that is almost certainly a software program, complete with mispronunciations and an awkward intonation. The sound effects are serviceable, but the sweeping score, while nice, doesn't jive with the feel of the game. While there's not much that is actively bad about Razor 2's presentation, there isn't anything particularly good either. Along with the simple satisfaction of destroying your enemies, improving your ship is one of the only pleasures Razor 2 has to offer. The action is competent, yet flawed, and the visuals do nothing to distinguish the game from its countless peers. This is a bland, underwhelming experience whose 8 levels struggle to justify the $9.99 USD price point. And even players hard up for a new shoot 'em up should think twice before diving in. Should also be mentioned that the 2 in the title, there is no Razor 1. This keeping the naming convention they had started with Hades 2 earlier in making. And if I were to be cynical, I would say that trying to promote these games as sort of sequels makes players think that they're like, legacy franchises, makes players believe that, like there's a successful first game. If this game is getting a squeakquel, then clearly the original must have sold well enough. I think it's a marketing tactic.
Back in the day, I thought the original like Bad Rats was a sequel to something because it was The Rat's Revenge.
Yeah, which
brain
implies
was just like revenge. Yeah, the sequel.
So, this game doesn't set the world on fire either. And at this point, with 2 games that are kind of duds under their belt, Invent 4 seems to fall back on what they knew best and what they could likely afford to develop the cheapest, which were quick and dirty edutainment titles and family titles. Between 2010 and 2013, they would develop the browser-based title Elected, another Steam release and bridge project. It was one of those bridge-building games where you build bridges for cars and stuff to cross, and a smartphone installment in their Wingale franchise titled ABCW, Wingale and Animals. It likely seemed to Augusto as if his fresh start had proved fruitless, and that he would soon be stuck in the same old rut that he had been stuck in as part of Espacio Informatica. That is, until 2012 rolls around, and Augusto begins to notice a sudden surge in sales for Bad Rats. From the Kotaku interview, "Actually, I think it took a long time for the game to be perceived," the game being Bad Rats here. "7 years ago when it was released, I was expecting more of a reaction. It was one of the most violent and offensive video games released in the past decade." No, it's fucking not. "And it's one of the funniest games, too." No, it's fucking not. "But actually, the game started to really be discovered when some big YouTubers published some infamous reviews about the game a few years ago. They said bad things about the game, but 5% of their audience perceived it different, bought Bad Rats, and entered in love with the game." This quote's a oversimplification and revision of history, to be fucking sure. So first off, we need to acknowledge the fact that Bad Rats greatly benefited from becoming bundle fodder, a filler game fit for lower rent bundle sites that had begun to pop up with the then recent popularity of the Humble Bundle. Bad Rats' debut in a bundle came on May 27, 2012 as part of Indie Gala's Indie Gala 5 bundle, which just so happened to feature Razor 2 and a number of other strategy-first titles as well. It would pop up again later in Indie Gala's Mixed Up bundle 2 years later, expanding their player base that much more. It's really here where the game first starts to be considered as gag gift fodder, as you're getting it as part of this bundle. You're able to send the key to folk. And it's here where YouTubers start to pick up on the game, get hold of it for themselves, and begin to showcase it to their audiences. The biggest of which, assuredly, was Total Biscuit, who published their video on the game on December 11th, 2012, the first in their Why Do I Own series, intended to cover, quote, older games or titles that were not covered upon their launch. So Bad Rats is the debut of a new format on his channel. This episode goes on to garner hundreds of thousands of views in the weeks following its release, ultimately reaches 1 million views at some point in the last few years. So just to briefly reflect on this, bundle sites. You and I are very familiar with these, Charkie. You and I are both familiar with the art of buying bulk games and getting your money's worth. Check out our playthrough of Air Control on the channel, folks, for another banger of bundle fodder.
A fun fact: Indie Gala still exists.
Yeah, somehow, some way. Uh, and look at this collection of games here. This is mostly strategy first. So, whereas Humble Bundle was courting like indie developers like on a developer by developer basis, Indie Gala I think was more receptive to being approached by the likes of a strategy first who are like, hey, we'll give you a bulk of games, we'll give you keys for like 5 of our games, just to, like, get them exposed, just to get them out there, get them in the zeitgeist, and hopefully like help to promote us, help get our name out there in the ether. And so it's a different sort of business model. It's a different sort of model from like what Humble Bundle was doing. That's how a lot of these early bundle sites sort of come into being, is based on deals, backdoor deals they're doing with publishers, which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing as long as the end consumer, the consumer's getting the value proposition of getting so many games at the end of it. It's just a different approach. And so with this, in the post Indie Gala, post Total Biscuit world, Invent 4 finally had a new hit game on their hands. And there was only one thing for them to do now: milk it dry. Invent 4 would quickly drop the base price of Bad Rats on Steam to $1.99, with frequent sales slashing the price in half of that, selling it for just $1, in order to ensure that the game remained at an ideal price point for a gag gift, even when it wasn't being packaged as part of cheap bundles. This effectively allows the game to flourish on Steam through their gift system, as copies of Bad Rats begin to spread almost like a biblical plague, I say. Augusto chooses to creatively interpret this late-breaking sales data to mean that the game is really resonating with audiences. And another quote from that Kotaku article: "Perhaps Bad Rats is some kind of miracle. How does such a low-budget game sometimes have more active players than other big productions? This kind of questions I leave to your journalists to answer. The fact is, a game can't just sustain good sales even 7 years later after its release, or the people are crazy, or the game is good. Anyone can have it, their own judgment, and we respect all opinions here." The thing is, though, barely anyone who owns Bad Rats on Steam is actually bothering to launch or play it. Augusto was just kind of lying here. He's kind of misrepresenting the data, misinterpreting it in some sort of way to try and, weave the narrative that he wants to weave. If you go to Steam's achievement tracking for the game, only 16% of people who own Bad Rats have played the game long enough to unlock the most easily attainable achievement in the game, which is beating 5 of the game's 44 levels. If we're being generous here, it's very likely that less than 20% of players who own Bad Rats on Steam have ever bothered even launching the fucking game, because Bad Rats isn't a game you're actually meant to play. It's simply meant to be gifted and traded as a gag, an entry in your library that you can't get rid of and are meant to pass on to others. Because remember, at the time, initially with Steam gifting, you couldn't reject gifts. You couldn't say no to a Steam gift. Someone would send it to you, and it would just be there, sitting in your inventory and waiting to be accepted into your library. So it really was like the plague, where it was just unwanted. And you didn't even have to be friends with people on Steam, if I recall correctly. You could literally send games to strangers just by going to their Steam profile, which is hilarious to think on with the benefit of hindsight. Hilarious that anyone even thought to take advantage of that system, and hilarious that Bad Rats, I believe, is credited as the game that ultimately led to the Valve implementing the system where you actually have to accept games to your inventory. Now, I mentioned my guesstimate that only 20% of players, less than 20% of players who own the game have actually played it. But Augusto does have his own breakdown of percentages here. And Charky, do you have a Scott Steiner in you? Charky, are you even there? Well,
Sorry, I had to go find Scott Steiner. No, I don't actually.
Well, I want you to read this quote anyway. I want you to try and decode this message from Augusto from that Kotaku interview again.
Let's see. Actually, perhaps, according to our super precise measuring methods, only 5% of people who play Bad Rats will really fully understand its full meaning. We'll be okay with the rats, and we'll love the game, he told me. Other 90% can hate the game by the simple main premise. The game is about killing cats. Other 10% can hate it simply because it's produced in Brazil. Another 10 to 20% of people will hate the same game without playing it. 30% will hate or not, depending on what their favorite YouTuber has to say. I know this calculation went above 100%, but it's okay if we're talking about Bad Rats.
and you take my 33 and a third percent chance of playing this game on stream, and you know that Bad Rat's show isn't even going to try. Yeah, again, if you look at so many of the lines, so many of the quotes in this interview, it's all part of a bit. He knows full well what he's doing. Augusto, that is. He's trying to get quoted as many times as possible, trying to come across as in some sort of way for the purposes of promoting the game. And, that's fine. It's fine to be silly. I don't begrudge him this tactic. It's some later tactics that I'll begin to begrudge a little bit more as we get deeper into the history here. But let's get to our next slide, why don't we? Is this the wrong... This is a screenshot of the Kotaku interview. I actually don't need to show this, but this is the article that we've been cribbing a lot of our quotes from. What I want to show is this fucking tweet screenshot. It's around July 2016 that Invent4 begins to promote their follow-up game to Bad Rats, that being 2016's Bad Rats Show. They launched the game that very same month. This is the point in time where that Kotaku interview with Augusto is published, where Augusto is clearly trying to get as many ridiculous quotes as he can through into the article for the purposes of coming across as wild and crazy or whatever. In describing the move to produce a sequel to Bad Rats, Augusto is quoted as follows: Bad Rats was planned to have a sequel from its start. It wasn't exactly planned as the Bad Rats show. It was supposed to have cats and dogs, but this is the way the universe chose, and we are pretty proud of our new game. We are not too worried with reactions to the new game, considering the ingredients we added. People who love the first will fall in love with the new one. Those that hate the original surely will have more motivation to hate this new one. Yin Yang. Not yin yang, yin yang. So, in order to entice big-name YouTube channels to again help get the word out about the game, they began sending out a number of Bad Rats golden tickets, free CD keys for the game, to select personalities, enticing them to produce videos of the game in action and whatnot. Seen here, them trying to get PewDiePie to pay attention to them and the game. Link to that tweet here, which did not get any engagement, certainly did not get a video out of PewDiePie. Total Biscuit goes on to ignore this game as well. He doesn't want any part of this. He recognizes, what Invent4 is trying to do here, I'm sure, is otherwise preoccupied with more pressing games, more pressing videos. So ultimately, everyone that Invent4 goes to ignores them as skips covering the release. About the only big name covers that Bad Rats Show seems to receive are videos by one, Brutal Moose, a video that gets around 750,000 views, and Stephanie Sterling, who had their Jimpression series going at the time, and whose title for the episode that covers Bad Rats Show is, quote, "Shut up and fuck off." So you can sort of guess what their opinions of the game wind up being. But about that game, about Bad Rats Show. I've played Bad Rats Show. Have you?
I don't know if I've played Bad Rats Show is the thing. I can picture it very clearly in my head, but I don't know if the person controlling the game was me or someone else.
What I wrote about it, I wrote an entire sentence about this game back in the old article. We'll play this on the show at some point too, just to thoroughness for completion's sake. But what I wrote about back in the day, back in 2018, was just, in case you're curious, Bad Rats Show manages some slight improvements on the original while also trying way harder to be shocking, but still isn't particularly compelling in any real positive way. It continues in the 3D perspective on 2D worlds, if I recall correctly. It increases the elaborateness of the cat death animations. I think it gives you slightly more tools to work with, but is ultimately a very iterative sequel to Bad Rats. But they did make more of an effort to promote this. They put out a press statement that got reposted by Gamasutra, currently game developer, where they advertise the game, obviously, and where they have a quote from Strategy First director Emmanuel Wall, where they get him to, for the purposes of this press statement, say, "Don't look at me. I didn't greenlight this game. Seriously, go away and leave me alone." So what an irreverent tone. What a joking tone they put together for this official press statement. As a matter of fact, I dug a little deeper. Emmanuel Wall has a LinkedIn profile where he wrote a article promoting the game where he calls it Manny's Meltdown, and it's just this whole elaborate fake story about how he this game is haunting his nightmares and how he's ashamed to be attached to the game. in what is explicitly promotion for the game. So again, there's a very clear tone they're going with here in following and matching up against the ironic way the game has been received. They're really like hammering home the idea that, you know, like, oh, we're releasing this game onto the world like a plague. You know, it's going to be like the next viral game that you're not going to want, that you can gift to your friends or quote unquote friends, and blah, 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 blah. Irony poisoning. And, you know, it's all in service of a game that is, again, just kind of there. Isn't the worst puzzle game you'll ever play, but certainly isn't the best. That, if not for its connection to the previous game, would have just been completely ignored. If this had come out without Bad Rats having the reputation that it did, it would have been ignored in the same way as Bad Rats initially was, unless, of course, until the point where they started putting it in bundles, because that's ultimately what got Bad Rats in the spotlight, was just the savvy marketing, was the ability of strategy first to recognize opportunities to give the game away for cheap, and the inadvertent result of that, like, allowing it to become a gag gift game. So, at this point, Invent 4 seems completely content to coast on their newfound infamy, with them able to count on consumers to continue buying these games and perpetuating the meme and so on and so forth. As long as folk think they're being clever or funny by ironically handing Invent 4 their money, it will continue to provide a revenue stream for them long after Bad Rats' initial release. Though one has to wonder, do they regret trading in their pride as game developers for the easy money? If you take Augusto at his word, the answer to that question is no. Another quote. I'm completely okay with the game situation. I feel happy with all the people that love and hate Bad Rats series. The original Bad Rats was a game planned to be funny. If people are laughing while playing the game, that's fine. The game reached its objectives. So, I have sort of counterpoint to that, a bit that we're going to have to get into here. First of all, I will apologize for having to use the screenshot. This is from the Fans of Bad Rats Facebook page, which I'm going to speculate a little bit is not actually fans of Bad Rats, but actually the owners of Bad Rats, actually Augusto himself. This is from a period in time in 2016 where Stephanie Sterling was being sued by Digital Homicide. If you remember that whole fucking debacle, if you remember that whole, you know, scenario where there was, like, you know, this prolific shovelware asset flipper on Steam who were clearly in the wrong and brought a completely illegitimate lawsuit against Stephanie Sterling. And because Stephanie had covered Bad Rat's show in a negative light, when that lawsuit surfaced, there is a post from the Bad Rats Facebook group, which reads as follows. I'm bringing up the quote. I'm zooming in on and getting my peepers out so I can read this. Translated, a game developer is suing YouTuber Chubby Stephanie Sterling, who spoke ill of Bad Rats. The developer wants $10 million. I'm assuming Stephanie would be okay with us using this screenshot, even though it dead names them. This was, you know, what it was at the time. This was a news story at the time. So, you know, forgive us for having to put this out there. But, you know, reveling in the fact that Stephanie was getting sued, reveling in the fact that someone else was taking them to task, you know, taking joy in the fact and taking pot shots at Stephanie, making sure to call them fat, because that'll get them, and be like, it's a good thing they're getting sued because they dared to speak ill of our game. What this says to me is that despite the seemingly positive outlook and happy face that Augusto puts on in interviews, there does seem to be a sort of indication that Invent 4 is at least slightly resentful of press and reviewers who take umbrage with Bad Rats. Okay, so the account does say it's the fan page of Fans of Bad Rats, but between 2009 and 2021, when it last posted, they posted like a lot of memes. It's primarily like, you know, memes from the community, but there's also like concept art and stuff that it would be very hard for fans to get hold of. The tone is very clearly like written from promotional machine, is written from the perspective of someone who has the best interests of Invent 4. And Invent 4 Entertainment actually cross posts to this page. Any like Invent 4 Entertainment Facebook page announcement that they make gets reposted to this page. So I am led to believe that it is Augusto running this page, making posts like this, and some of the posts that all the other posts on this page are in very bad taste. You know, so if this is Augusto, it does not reflect well on the man. There are posts like the day that Osama bin Laden died, they posted a video that is like a screamer of the suicide bomber rat from Bad Rats, set to someone screaming Allahu Akbar. There are a lot of posts about Mouse, the graphic novel, and making some sort of comparison point there between the bad rats and, the rats that are meant to represent the Jews in the Holocaust. It's rough to look at. So if we want to give the benefit of the doubt and pretend this really is just a fan page, pretend that this really is just someone who is like, a edgelord who's operating this page under, the bad rat's name to be like part of the joke. What would still be true in that situation is that Augusto did nothing to discourage this behavior or disown any of the other inflammatory posts on the account. You never find anything of like Augusto being like, we disavow this page. They continue to cross post to this page in the wake of this, continue to promote posts from this Facebook group. So, either way, not a fucking good look. And what this really indicates to me, what I really earnestly believe, is that Invent 4 really is fine with the hate that Bad Rats receives, so long as it's presented in a very particular marketing-approved fashion that might translate to additional sales or furthering curiosity. For example, they have no issue with the number of clearly ironic Steam reviews that put the game over so strongly as to obviously indicate that it's secretly terrible, or negative reviews that encourage pestering your friends by buying them the game. But the second you actually start insinuating that folk probably shouldn't waste their money on the game, Invent 4 stops laughing and starts hurling insults. A clear sign that Augusto and company are most definitely totally not at all angry about people who are critical of them. Like, for as much as their pride as they've thrown away at this point, as much as they are like cashing in on the Bad Rats' ironic resurgence, they still have some amount of pride in their work. It's like a Tommy Wiseau situation, one might say, or any other number of bad movie directors who still feel a way about people calling their movie bad. The Troll 2 director, I think it was Claudio Fragasi, who, at the same time that he's going to screenings of Troll 2 for, you see in the movie, the documentary Best Worst Movie, he's still resentful. He still really believes he made a good movie. And I would believe that Augusto still probably believes he made a good game and probably takes it personally when people take personal umbrage with the game, when they actually go as far as to criticize it rather than just being over the top about it. And, they're entitled to feel their sort of way about it. I don't think they're entitled to celebrate frivolous fucking lawsuits against their critics, but alas. This brings us to the third Bad Rats game, Fat Rat Pinball. Bet you didn't know this one fucking existed. This is a smartphone title, which continues the trend of Invent 4 cashing in on Bad Rats' bad reputation. Like all their other games, it seems totally middling, though even more deliberately so and even more consciously half-assed this time around compared to some of their prior works. I've seen gameplay of this. I don't have this on my phone. It seems to be a pretty bog standard pinball game where the Fat Rat is the pinball in question. It's not necessarily branded as Bad Rats, but it's explicitly the same Fat Rat model from original Bad Rats. The Fat Rat font here. It's clearly meant to tie in. I'd be surprised if Invent 4 at this point even cared about putting care into the craft. As much care and pride as they may have taken in the previous Bad Rats games, this feels like the point where it's fuck it, who cares? Let's just slap this fucking branding on everything and see what happens. They probably felt like they tried and failed at the approach of making legitimate games enough times, making serious games, to discourage them for good at this point. And besides, why bother putting an effort where you can just half-ass your latest game, toss a couple rats in there, and sit back and watch the money roll in? Ostensibly, theoretically, how successful this game was, probably not very. It got delisted from the Google Play Store at a certain point. It's still up on the Apple Play Store at this point in time, but I just can't imagine this moved a lot of units. I just can't imagine that people were downloading Fat Rat Pinball to their phone. And this is around the point in my 2018 article that the story had to conclude, because this game had come out in 2017. And so at the end of that 2018 article, I try to call my shot. We still have a little bit more history after this. We'll follow up. We'll see how accurate I was in my prediction. But to quote myself, of course, at some point, consumers will eventually tire of the gimmick, and the rats will stop raking in the cash like they used to. And at that point, Invent 4's reputation as a developer will be so damaged, nobody will be willing to give them the benefit of the doubt or care enough to see if they can actually improve themselves. But that's the deal they made, and they're probably just as aware of the eventual outcome as we are. Hell, I wouldn't be shocked to see Invent 4 rebrand again somewhere around the turn of the decade to try to distance themselves from Bad Rats entirely and start fresh once again in the hopes that nobody catches catches on, or maybe they'll keep trying to milk the rude rodents past the point where there's any returns and desperately attempt to find notoriety in some new way. In either case, this is the bed they've made for themselves, and it's their fate to rest in it. So, I was only kind of half right on this one. What Invent4 wound up doing was sticking around. Invent4 is still around to this day. They have pivoted completely to mobile games. They maintain their YouTube channel and Twitter account while letting their official website lapse into stagnation since 2017, the last time it was updated. And looking at their YouTube channel, which I will link here, you can see Augusto promise a pocket version of the original Bad Rats in around September 2017. You see a video of Bad Rats running on a phone. This version of Bad Rats never materializes on the Google Play or App Store storefronts, probably due to a lack of success for Fat Rats Pinball, probably because that game didn't move enough units to justify the cost of licensing or arranging for that game to be distributed on Google Play and in iOS. And so what follows on this channel are video samples of increasingly lower budget and derivative mobile titles which include the likes of Planet Soccer World Cup 2018, Space Dunk Basketball, Star Bomber, Right Jump, Super Bounce Attack, Car Escape 3D Zombie Attack, etc., etc., etc. So, typical mobile game slop, typical derivative, very simple polygons, untextured polygon looks to a lot of these. Just, whatever the hottest game trend du jour is on the mobile space, they're chasing it at any moment in time over the course of the next several years. It's in around May 2022 that Invent4 seems to take a final stab at generating interest in the continuing adventures of the Bad Rats as they post a YouTube video titled simply, "This Can't Leak." This is a 9-second video featuring heavily filtered footage of a rat model navigating a sparse 3D environment from a behind-the-back perspective. This is ostensibly meant to be Bad Rats 3, or, a glimpse at a work-in-progress version thereof. And I do actually happen to have that video on hand just to show what the fuck this looks like. This is what can't leak. I'm leaking it here, folks. So don't let Augusto know. But it looks something... Oop, I should probably hide the slideshow. Looks something like this. No audio to this clip. And there you go. That's as much as we
Houston
ever got
City's
to see.
Looking good.
So they also begin posting on Twitter at around this point, trying to hype up a July 2023 release for Bad Rats 3. They're ignoring Fat Rats Pinball as being Bad Rats 3. You get posts to the effect of, Bad Rats 3 coming soon. They start hyping it up a year in advance. I'll say that the video that we just showed, that this Can't Leak video, goes on to get 450 views over the course of 4 years, which is less than other promotional trailers for their, quote, hyper-casual Android games, end quote, that they're also advertising on their channel. So Bad Rats is now doing less business for them than casual phone junk that they are putting out at around this time. The shine is clearly off of Bad Rats at this point. So in around July 2023, on July 20th exactly, they celebrate Bad Rats Day with a post that reads, "Happy Bad Rats Day. Yes, past year we plan to have Bad Rats 3 ready today. Plans changed, unfortunately. To create an honoring concurrent to GTA 6, we'll need a few more time. We confirm that Bad Rats 3 is on the way, under development, but the release date is to be defined."
GTA 6 has been getting delayed for a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, but we're just waiting on that to release, and then Bad Rats 3 will finally come out. There's also a post from July 20th, 2024, the next Bad Rats Day, which promises that Bad Rats 3 is still in development. I doubt it. That is the post featured on screen, by the way. I feel like they probably gave up on this. I feel like they have to recognize at a certain point that the interest just isn't there. And what Invent4 has been up to recently for the past year or two is that they've shifted to producing games not for mobile anymore, but for Poke.com, which is a Roblox-esque engine and platform for developing and publishing games. There, Invent4 have published titles the likes of Morph Balls and Human Bullet Gun. These just look like Roblox modules. Poke.com, if you visit the website, is effectively just it's in browser. You launch games within a browser. They launch within a window, within a Unity instance within the browser window. And it is just people submitting it's very Roblox-esque. Let's just say that. It's very much chasing Roblox. And so that is the platform on which Invent 4 is hitching their wagon to at this point. That is the bit they're committed to, developing very, like, single concept, single idea games. They claim that, the millions of people have played their games on there, which doesn't really mean much when they're just like, when they're completely accessible, when you can just like click on a page to see the game, play it for 5 seconds, and have that count as playing the game for free. It doesn't mean much. It doesn't count for much ultimately. But at least they're getting impressions on their work. But again, what's the business model here? What's the actual profit model? How are they actually making money off of this? Who's to say? They're probably not, is the truth of it. It's probably just, a way for Augusto to continue like flexing his game design muscles, to keep that active, to keep himself in the game in some capacity. And that's in addition to what their primary ways of getting paid are. The brothers Boulot. We'll cover that on this, our last slide, the end of the history section. So the latest information on what the brothers Boulot are up to currently comes courtesy of the Espacio Informatica website and their Historia page. Towards the bottom of it, we get a news that Gustavo Boulot is currently the art editor at RBS TV, an affiliate of Rede Globo in Rio Grande do Sul, where he collaborates on the development of the mini-games Costela e Bergamoto, O Comandante da Ponte de Azenha, and Ar Emesso de Queijo, between 2015 and 2016. What this is to mean, what he means by mini games is these are not games that were distributed to the public. These are games that were played by anchors on shows that were on the RBS network. And that Costela e Bergamoto in particular, this is, I know the World Cup just happened, so I have a little bit of a follow-up, a little bit of a treat for World Cup heads out there. We're going to see the debut of beloved characters Costela e Bergamoto on the RBS network. Feast your eyes on what 2015 CG could provide. Oh, let's get the audio working on that. It would help if people can hear the video in question.
Oi, gente! Muito boa tarde, bem-vindos ao Globo Esporte. No programa de hoje, antes de qualquer coisa, eu quero...
So this came about as part of Global Esports World Cup coverage in 2015, or just general football coverage.
Durante todo o programa, na cobertura do Gauchão 2015, primeiro, chega pra cá, Costela! Bem-vindo, rapaz! E agora, com vocês, Bergamota?
Believe it or not, this is CG, not stop motion, not claymation.
Gente, vão se acostumando com esse jeitinho, com essas expressões, porque eles vão estar com a...
So these characters would pop up occasionally in animated
maybe
segments.
Smiling Friends doesn't need another season.
No nosso campeonato gaúcho. Então, muito bem-vindos, Costela e Bergamota.
At least she seems happy about that. She seems happy to be co-hosting with those two. So yeah, basically what would happen is that Gustavo would develop little mini games for the anchors to play, starring those characters. There's like a mini game where one of those two characters kicks soccer balls into the net, and the other player has to try and block it. And so they would play each other on, like, they'd use the TV in the background to play those games. Maybe some of those made their way out onto the web. Maybe they were available on, like, the Globo Esports website or what have you. I did not have the time to fully look into this. And there's also the matter of the language barrier. That also makes it very hard to research that. But what they're also doing, so Gustavo still has that gig, and that's probably the main way he makes his bones. He still continues to work at RBS TV, producing graphics and doing art direction and the like, which is a pretty fucking solid gig. It's one he's been doing since around 2009, 2010, while Augusto was fucking around with Invent 4. So if there's like a more successful of the two brothers, it's probably Gustavo. It's probably him. Though I will say that both of them, to their credit, they are also both professors of digital game courses at universities in the greater Porto Alegre area. We actually got notified, we actually got turned on to a bit of knowledge from someone on Blue Sky, one Giuliano Reyes, who replied to our Bad Rats birthday post on Blue Sky with a note that they actually had Augusto as their professor in college, as a graduate in game development. They studied game design and coding with, quote, Mr. Bad Rat himself. And this speaks to, I found the 10 years of both Gustavo and Augusto as professors. Gustavo, for his part, indicates on his LinkedIn that he's currently, to this day, a professor at the Universidade Fival, as well as a visiting professor at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. Whereas Andrew Bulow, for his part, had 2 professor gigs that have both come to an end. Augusto, for his part, was professor of game projects gigs at the Universidade do Vale Rio dos Sinos between 2008 and 2020. Again, butchering these names, apologies. And he was also a professor at the Ritter dos Reis University Center between 2014 and 2017. And is now, since having dropped those gigs, or dropped, maybe he still does it from time to time, who's to say? But it's not like, his primary gig, like the same way it is for Gustavo. And I'm sure, I'm sure for what it's worth, he was probably a fine professor. He probably had a lot of experience. He probably had a lot he could say on the state of Brazilian games development in particular. He could probably speak a lot to the lessons learned. So it's not to say that, his information, his input, and his lecturing wasn't valuable. It's just to say that Gustavo seems to have more in the tank, more to say, more stuff that he can cover, that he can share his expertise in. But, if Augusto was able to, teach a generation of students how to make their own games. If we have people who, fondly remember him, that's great for him. That's a great legacy. I would hold on to that. I would take more pride in that than in Bad Rats itself. If I were Augusto, I would give up on trying to make anything happen of Bad Rats at this point in time in the year of our Lord 2026. I would stick to literally anything else, because the ship has well and truly sailed on this. That, occasionally you'll still see people gifting Bad Rats when it goes the 50 cents or 10 cents or whatever on whatever sites. I'm sure it still gets gifted here and there and everywhere on occasion, but the cultural cachet is gone. The ironic status, no one cares. This is the sort of game that, will be forgotten in 10 years' time. But while it's still at least somewhat in the back of people's minds, we'll make our episode on it right now. We'll make this history section. We'll do this playthrough, and we'll cash in our own little way. Though, before we get to the game, I will have one last word, a final word from Augusto from that Kotaku interview. We'll let him have the last word in this history section. Ahem. Being the best or the worst game is just a point of view. What some will say is the best, others will hate. And this is the magic of life. End quote. End history section. So, Charkie, what have you learned?
Well, I totally forgot about the pinball game.
Yeah, most people do.
Shame I didn't get a chance to try it as a pinball fan. I think what I learned is I don't know.
Great. I would say the lesson
no lessons were learned.
If I were to come up with a lesson here to teach to aspiring game developers, something that maybe Augusto himself taught in his college lectures, I would say that if you happen to land in fluke success, if you happen to have a game that ironically gets picked up as part of the zeitgeist that managed to turn a profit years after the fact, don't go all in on it. Don't completely commit to it, because the returns on it are going to be very short-lived. You can only milk so much from it. Don't put all your eggs in that basket after the fact. Learn to correctly interpret the data. Understand why your game is successful after the fact. Understand that it is ironic. And, if you're going to make some effort to lean into that, make it very limited. Make it a one-time thing. Because what you're going to do is end up typecasting yourself. What you're going to end up doing is irrevocably tying, your legacy as a game developer to one thing, to one ironic, hated thing. And that's not the legacy you want to leave behind. And it's very hard to climb out from that hole after the fact. It's very hard to distance yourself from something like that. And the fact that he was still trying to make Bad Rats a thing as late as 2024, really goes to show how long it took him to learn that lesson, to really compartmentalize that, to understand that the moment had well and truly passed, and that to produce new games, to focus on the casual market again, which is what he keeps coming back to, what he ultimately seems to excel in as a developer, what he ultimately manages to find success doing is making games for the broad casual market, that it was fruitless, that the time wasted, the money invested in Bad Rats and its squeakquels was not worth it, and the stink of it is hard to wash off. And so if you happen to be in a similar position, don't get mired in that. Don't get dragged down by the legacy of one game that people only sort of half actually respect, that is being passed around as a joke. Just keep making new games, keep making new stuff, keep trying to
Go back and
improve on
finish
yourself.
Hades 3.
keep working towards a future where the next one's going to be better, where the next game in line is going to turn people around, where you've redeemed yourself. Do a redemption arc rather than this attempt to just keep miring in irony. That would be my takeaway. That would be the lesson I learned. But there are more lessons to be learned from the School of Hard Knocks. There is more to be learned as we delve into the video game, as we actually set about playing Bad Rats: The Rat's Revenge. An hour and a half into the show. But hey, that's the Bad Game Hall of Fame promise, folks. So this is going to launch. It's going to play. It's going to play an introductory cutscene as soon as I can get it to hook in. You'll have to bear with me a second because this game is very uncooperative. It launches in an 800 by 600 window with a splash screen ahead of it. I had to do some arcane stuff to get it to launch at 1280 by 1024 resolution. And even then, OBS doesn't like hooking into it. We will get this up and running. I really do want to try to do it as quick as possible so we can see the intro to the fucking game, because it is something to be seen. Oh, fuck. Outside the window. Bad rats. Bad rats. Show me the rats. There we go. All right, steel yourself.
Right up front.
Letting you know what you're in for. The game certainly doesn't lie to you about what it's about. What an auspicious introduction. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to relaunch it one more time, because I'm realizing that my DG Voodoo hook didn't work launching it through Steam. That it'll only work if I launch it through just the executable, the raw-ass executable. Which you can do, which is one of those games that doesn't actually have the Steam integration to where you need to launch it through Steam, which is nice, which is convenient for my purposes. There we go. I got the window to expand.
Ooh.
Oh. Bear with us, folks. Apologies, but, again, janky games beget janky solutions for getting the games to show up on stream. Yeah. So, as we get into this, we'll reiterate that this is a puzzle game. We have some options here that we'll click through to. Always have to enable shadow stencil. This option will turn itself off. The options do not save here. There is no configuration or INI file where any of these settings are saved to. So every time you launch the game, it'll do that trick where it launches an 800 by 600 window and you have to set the resolution and do all this shit again.
Why would you want to save your options?
We can check the credits. There they are. It's Invent 4. Oh, no, there we are. There's the names.
Maybe we should save that for the end of the show.
Yeah, maybe. That might be for the best, right? But they are there, accessible from the start. We'll get
Cat's
into
going nuts up there.
Physics are going nuts. As we go to new game.
Oh, the sound.
Yeah, get ready for a lot of that, too. We will start a brand new game, why don't we? And, let's go to the tutorial. Let's see what the tutorial has in store. Let's see how to play this game. Let's see what lessons it sees fit to teach us. Because I could use a refresher. I've beaten this game before.
I don't think I have. I think I gave up at a certain point.
We'll give you some tips on the first map so you can start playing. Your objective is on this map, for example.
Whoops.
Your objective is solve the puzzles and help the rats with their annihilation plans. On this map, for example,
it auto
your goal is
goes
to make
between
the ball
pages,
hit
which is
the ball.
nice.
It's all about physics, logic, and creativity. Basically, there are two game modes, paused and playing. When paused, you can place objects on the map and adjust their configurations.
The same speech text-to-speech that was presumably used in Razor 2.
You'll control...
Honestly, the same cadence as AI slop videos now.
They were true innovators.
Let's see what happens when it starts.
All right.
You did it.
Okay.
Puzzle solved.
Bounce, but we will need more to make it hit the vault. While playing, we cannot move the objects in scene, so stop the experiment, and let's use some objects to help us. The objects you have available, your inventory, is located down the screen. Move your cursor to the middle bottom and let's see what we have to use.
The middle bottom.
Good. 1 wood board, 1 crate, 1 barrel, and a rat with a baseball bat. Fine. But how we make it? Well, let's see what was printed to this map.
Sorry. How we make it is a really good line.
And this can help us a lot. Move your cursor up to the screen, and let's see the plan.
All right, so what this is
wasting.
intonating is that on easy difficulty, of the 2 difficulties, easy mode will just show you the solutions to the puzzles.
I think the barrel is the best base to our rat.
Theoretically, it's the solution to the
We
puzzle.
have to go to the inventory and bring the barrel to a good place. Now, try to move the barrel to the planned position.
Again, all this translated from Portuguese to English. They did their best. The text-to-speech does not flatter it. It would have been better if they just had someone like actually reading this out loud. It'd parse more. Because you at least, like, you know, have like some sort of accented speech to it, you know, them trying to read it. Even if it's like phonetically, I think it would have worked out better. It's just the text to voice is so low rent. And, you know, the fact that it further mispronunciates and it puts the wrong intonation, the wrong emphasis on words, makes it seem lower rent than it really has any right to be.
I think it's okay.
I think so too.
The board and finish up our ramp. When moving the board, it will try to find the best angle automatically. Move
Try.
the board and release it when the ramp looks okay.
So here's the problem. It will try
Great.
and occasionally work. It'll occasionally snap into place, which is nice.
Continue.
Sometimes it won't.
Experiment again and see what happens. So, a ramp can help us to give...
Notice the ball rolls all the way off screen. Notice how there's no back wall over here for it to hit.
Used also to support objects in a certain angle. And this is our case. We have 1 rat to use, and the ramp will help us. Stop the experiment, so we can use the rat.
Stop the
You think you'd use a
experiment.
rat
For
in
the
an
love of
experiment.
God, stop.
Experiment is paused. The rats have special abilities, and you'll enjoy exploring their use.
Presumptive.
Oh, I will I?
It will bat what moves in front of it. And he does. But batter hits the objects forward, according his angle. That's the why we built the ramp.
That's the why we built the ramp. Okay.
Is that character from Yumi
See it
Neko?
working. Great. I think it's done.
You think? You're the tutorial, man. You gotta know. You gotta be sure about these things.
Yes. The rat's revenge gets started. There are much more to
All the
learn
grace
about
of a
how to play.
2003
I'll
Flash
give you my
animation.
last tip. Right-click the objects in scene so you can use the objects menu. Configurations as timer, rotation, and flip are available there. Okay, that's all for now. Enjoy playing Bad Rats.
I'll
I
try.
did warn y'all that this is not a stream for you if you like cats.
So here we have our scoring
Yeah,
metrics.
If you're out, I understand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're gonna go back to the menu here. We're gonna go to the main menu. Our progress will be lost. That's okay. I don't need to play in tutorial mode. I certainly don't need to play in easy mode either, because it basically spells out the entire game for you. It gives you the solution to every puzzle. There is passwords for skipping directly to the levels you want to play of the 44 levels, but there is also an in-game save function, so you can save your progress. Here I saved at level 5 in the Expert campaign, you know, just so that I wanted to pick up from there. Let's load Expert, where they don't show you the solutions to the puzzles. Error saving game. So the save system is completely broken. It resets the running number of tries and in the time limit, and it also resets difficulty to easy every time you launch a save, an expert save. So it is functionally useless. If you like want some sort of consistency, if you want to have an actual, like, you know, real expert run, you got to do it all in one, which is a
You
little
want to win the
frustrating.
contest to get the actual gold crown. You gotta do it in one run.
You get the golden mousetrap. So I propose that we make our best effort to play the game in expert mode. All objects are available to us. When you play on easy, not only do they have the solutions drawn onto the screen, they only give you the minimum number of objects needed to solve the puzzle. So basically you have no room to explore, no room to experiment.
Now, see, I do like, not necessarily having the solution just drawn out, but I do like having like a limited number of things saying, this is all you need to solve this puzzle. Figure it out from this.
Yes.
Like, granted, also having all objects available and letting you screw around, that's cool too. But I do like the option of saying, like, this is the tools you need. Figure that out.
We're going to play an expert. We're going to have all the tools available to us.
Sure.
And we will also read the objectives and hints. Level 1, the weight of a vault. Password 1, fitting. We got to hit the vault with the ball, smash the cat. Only the ball can activate the vault. Hints. Build a good ramp with the wood board in the barrel. Use the ramp to support the batter and hit the ball to the vault. So even though they don't draw the solution on screen, they still give it to you in the hints. Here's our selection of tools. You see these two things, these super nails? This is actually a completion reward for beating the game. This is a Steam exclusive that you can pin things, permanently affix them to the screen as a reward for beating the game. So that's handy, I suppose. Now we know what to do here because we're tutorialized.
Well, the Renard in chat asks, so in this game, expert is the easiest and easy is the hardest? No, not really, because in easy, it does specifically tell you, put items here, this is the answer.
Can't help but notice that didn't work.
No.
Also in expert mode, we only have 100 tries across the 44 levels, so we'll notice that number, that counter, go down as we...
But you know why? I think I know why that didn't work. It's because your ramp is too far to the right.
Oh, let's experiment then. Let's tweak values. Oh, it's trying to auto. No. So I'm hoping that the auto system for rotating will eventually put it in the right place. No.
But you got a rat in the way. That's the issue.
Luckily, we can use this. There is like a sub-menu for more discrete rotation and for flipping objects around and for setting timers on certain stuff too. So we will have to avail ourselves of that.
Oh, there's another problem there. I think you can figure that one out.
God damn it. We're just burning through tries. There we go. Third time's the charm. Or was it fourth? So, what's funny is that we probably could have ran that first placement several times in a row, and it would have eventually worked. Because the physics aren't pre-calculated in this physics puzzle game. The physics in this game are randomly determined, have some sort of random seed variable-based thing going to them, so that the same positions of objects in the same places, the same simulation being ran multiple times, will result in different results basically every time. There are, solutions that the game will recommend to you, even in the easy mode. They'll tell you, put this here and here and here and here, and it still won't work. Because the physics are fucking random. In this physics-based puzzle game. I cannot begin to stress what a stupid fucking idea this is.
I have a feeling we may see it, but also this game is rendering in 3 dimensions, and sometimes an item will go off in the wrong dimension.
Yes, the Z-axis still exists, so objects will fly out towards the foreground, outside of 2D space. Which is always fascinating to see. Meet balloon. Flying rat. We gotta hit the bomb with the ball and explode the cat. We'll use the balloon to place the rat in good position to hit the ball. Tractor can also help to drop the ball softly. Okay. So there's our bomb, there's our ball. Tractor rat, who by default faces the wrong direction.
You get 100 tries again.
Okay, that's good at least. I thought that was a continuing running tally, but... I've been proven wrong.
Impossible, I think, if it was. You also have 5 minutes and 39 seconds to burn through 100 tries, which would be impressive.
So now we got to guess, without having like the solution drawn on the map, how quickly the balloon will accelerate the rat, how quickly the tractor moves. We'll have to do multiple tries to figure out the timing of this. There's no other way about it. There's no other way to do it.
I think is standard for these kind of games. Is to set something up, see how it runs, and then, like, readjust. Hey, there you go.
I got lucky.
I don't think in any game like this that I've played that I like that they limit the number of tries you can do. because part of it is trial and erroring.
Yeah, don't love that. But we did complete the level in one try,
Dino
so
Gem awarded.
that's something. I
Hey,
should
got
also
a
note
Dino
that the
Gem.
levels between easy and expert mode are the same. No difference other than drawing the solution on map. So what you could theoretically do is play the entire game on easy, learn the solutions to all the puzzles. The solutions look something like this, where they will, if you, like, even in expert mode, you can click on show the original solution. It'll show you what they intended, the exact placements they intended.
Which sometimes don't work.
Which sometimes don't work. So, again, you could just play the game on easy mode, remember all the solutions, go into expert mode, and clear everything in, like, one fell swoop, all 44 levels, if you so chose. If you wanted to cheat yourself and the game.
Speaking of cheating, should I have, like, a guide up just in case?
Maybe. We'll see. I want to give these earnest efforts.
Yeah.
I do want to give these an earnest shot in solving them, including this level here. Level 3, Hot Waves. Objectives, turn the microwave on, burn the cat. Hints, the board can make the path lacking. This is all about pushing the ball sidelong. So, okay. Language barriers. Translating at all. I understand that translations aren't going to be perfect. I understand that it's a tricky thing, translating, localizing a game. When it's a puzzle game, and these hints are the only thing giving you any indication of what you need to do, if you are effectively being tutorialized and taught how to play the game through the hints, they need to make some sort of fucking sense. Sidelong ain't a word. The board can make the path lacking. I don't know what that means. Granted, I can figure this out. I'm sure I can just figure it out through sheer perseverance and trial and error.
So I looked the game up on PC Gaming Wiki, and you know they have stuff there like what languages the game's available in. And for this game, it's gonna say just for what PC Gaming Wiki says, they have English and Russian, and that's it. Notably, no Brazilian Portuguese.
Interesting. I'm thinking this is what they mean by the board can create a path.
Yes.
I'm hoping
is
this will
lacking.
actually land in the right spot. Yep, cool.
Right? I think you just put another thing up there to either block it or push it.
Yeah, we could do that. Or,
Oh yeah.
no.
Mm.
Let's see how many tries it takes. The batter may be
I
a little
think-
more consistent than some other things, as it turns out.
Yeah, I think it's got a little more juice. A little too much juice there.
Let's do the smoker
What is-
rat. This will be
What does he
fun.
even do? I don't remember.
He blows.
Oh yeah, perfect.
And our just reward.
Drawn out animation.
Remember, this is the big selling point of the game. This is the thing that was intended to make it controversial.
I noticed that the microwave is set to cat.
Well, yeah, you gotta have a cat button on there, right next to the popcorn button.
Spicy meatball!
Yeah, you know, to say I don't find this particularly amusing, you know, there's a fine line between, like, Looney Tunes cartoon violence and, like, more modern, like, Itchy and Scratchy over the top, you know, the parodies of Looney Tunes violence that Itchy and Scratchy started to engage in. And the joke with Itchy and Scratchy is that was all, like, completely ironic, like, you know, it was meant to show, like, you know, look at the violence, look at the shit that kids watch on TV. Whereas this game is just like, let's put violence on the TV. Let's put violence on the screen. And it is completely missing, like, you know, the angle on that. What was the original solution, by the way? While you come up with say something nice.
Well, I come up for say something nice.
Yeah,
At least someone out there wanted to make more games like Incredible Machines.
sure. That's something, I suppose.
There's one of those games that came out Japan only on PlayStation 1 that was Ghouls and Goblins or Ghouls and Ghosts themed.
Yes. I don't remember the name of it. Do you?
Me neither. No, it's in Japanese. I don't remember the name of it. But it's actually surprisingly playable if you just have like a translator app off to the side.
Seesaw Boom. Password Fat Rat. Hints, you'll need to build a lever to work as a catapult. Fat Rat is a good weight, and its position can make all the difference. This is where the physics really start to become a problem, I'll say that much. So we're going to make a seesaw of sorts.
Hey, I got your title for you. Arthur no Astaroth no Nazomakayamura. Incredible Tunes.
So
Hey, if you
pure
want to play one
guesswork.
of these games, play that one.
Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this does.
Gone.
Just gone. Just outside the play zone. It's just out of there. Never to be seen again. Okay. So clearly I put a little too much juice on it. Let's move it a little closer down.
But maybe, just maybe,
I bet.
try it again.
You see, this slightly different every time. We can just do micro adjustments and eventually...
Yeah.
Oh. Another try. I think there's a little too much juice on it. I think we're going to overshoot
Yeah.
it maybe a little further down. And then it's out of
No,
there again.
that gave you more. I think it's horizontal,
Yeah.
is your main issue. It's how much leverage you're getting. A little more to the right.
What's unfortunate is that you don't have great tools. You don't have like more than one wooden board to use. The one wooden crate, the two metal barrels. So I can't just make like a wall here in the way that I would want to. I can put like a barrel up, I guess.
Yeah.
And maybe this will help a bit. Let's see if this
Although
works.
I think this one might still be short.
Oh yeah, this one
Yeah.
was short. I forgot. A little bit to the right. Is it? If this was grid based?
Yeah. Do you have two
know-
barrels?
Got it.
Oh, wait. There you go.
What was their intended solution? I'm always curious to see what they say is going to work. All the way to the right, about equidistant there. Let me do the replay on this. Let's see if this actually solves on the first try.
Yes, it does. The randomness, like leading towards something that works, just not working, doesn't happen all the time. But when it does happen, it shouldn't happen.
Hit the chainsaw with the ball. Password vacuum on for the stage pieces. The ball must be lifted for a perfect shot. Vacuum is a good rat to move the ball up. Archer can make a good shot. Okay, let's find the vacuum rat. I believe the vacuum rat will suck stuff up vertically. So long as we have Archer rat here to intercept it and shoot it, and we have tractor rat to push the ball, I think this will be a functional solution. Have to sit through this every time, though. If we have to retry this at all. We got lucky.
I think that was a pretty standard solution there for you.
I'll say that in trying and in troubleshooting this level, I had issues with it before the show where I was just like practicing again the first few stages to make sure everything captured and looked right. That this stage is when I fucking struggled with, where the physics were being very fucking uncooperative with me. And I had to keep moving the Archer rat, and I had to eventually put something underneath the Archer rat so his horizontal trajectory was correct. What was their original solution? Yeah, basically what I came up with. Next.
I always worry that looking at like the recommended solution or doing something like that is going to set the game to think that you never finish the level.
Luckily, they managed to program this. It's actually curious. You can actually see each of the levels are text files. Each of these levels and the coordinates of all the prop objects, there's literally just files in the game directory that you could theoretically tweak and edit and change yourself to change like what's available and change the descriptions and to change the layout of these things, because this game is programmed like very loosely.
Is it like, are the maps drawn in ASCII art? Is that how it works?
No, it's just like coordinate data. It's prop data, coordinate data. So it's a very curious thing. Someone could theoretically make their own Bad Rats campaign. It may not be a proper level editor, but you can, if you have the will. Umbrella works. Umbrella can make a rat fall slow, and this way have a good position for the hit. Tractor position can be a timer also. Okay, so I'm picking up what they're laying down. I'm assuming we want to do a batter. I prefer the archer, actually. I prefer a straight shot.
You gonna stay there? Okay.
He's going to fall slowly. How slowly? Who knows?
Well, tractor can be used as a timer.
Let's see what this looks like just by default. Okay. Umbrella was far too low. Also, I don't think he's going to be able to draw the arrow. He's going to be able to knock the arrow in time. I'm getting the feeling
Not from where he is.
That we're going to have to go with Batter Rat. He's more immediately reactive.
You're going to want to move... Nope, bad position.
Okay, so I need to remove the umbrella because it's still tethered to the archer rat in the game's logic. Let's try this on for size.
I have a hunch this isn't going to work.
No, probably not.
Okay, what you want to do, I think, is move the tractor up a little. Well,
I think this will work.
Okay, there you go, yeah.
So far, each of these stages have had semi-unique death animations. Granted, this is just a take on the microwave. The same gag is the same punchline to it, where it's just a charred corpse that falls apart like a physics object. So we'll see how many they got in them across these 44 levels. I can assume...
How many ways can you skin a cat?
I will assume the solution is basically exactly what we had. Yeah, slightly different position, but, you know, more or less the same idea. You only have so many tools at your disposal, so ultimately you'll probably, just by attrition, luck into the intended solutions or close enough to it. That's level 6 out of 44. We're flying through this. Gunshot. Fire the gun. You'll need to use the scene objects. Tractor position is a timer. Rocket can handle the lever. Alright, now we're getting into some more stuff here. Let's see what happens if we run the ball. Also, you know, it must be said, why can't the rats just walk over to the gun and pull the trigger? Why the Rube Goldberg machines? What is the logic of this world? What is the underlying, like, why must they sacrifice themselves? Why must the rats put themselves in harm's way with suicide bombs and rockets and the like, when they could just as easily, when the cats are already at their mercy, they're already balled and chained here? What are we
really
doing?
Convoluted Geneva Convention led to all this. Okay, so that goes up there. It just needs to find a way down. Whoops.
That'll happen. Okay. Do I need to put some sort of weight on? How do I get that thing to go down? They said, oh, the rocket. That's right. They mentioned the rocket can activate the lever. So I'm going to try it like this. We can put a timer on it. It moves very quick. I'm assuming this is seconds.
Yeah.
Let's put like a 6-second delay on it.
I think it's going to be way too short, but...
Okay, not seconds. Milliseconds, possibly. Oh, but it doesn't matter because it's in the correct position. It's locked into place.
There you go.
And every rat died too.
Cat's fine. Never mind.
Remember that historical story about the chicken who lived without its head for,
Yeah.
you know?
Had
Yeah, got
some
an
brain
achievement.
stem left.
What was the original solution? What did they expect for this? And will they show you the timer setting that they chose for the... No, so they don't show you what they set the timer to, but it looks to be like several seconds, so that they're in position when this happens.
That
Yeah,
got down
otherwise-
way quicker.
So far, so
Didn't
Trisha.
bounce back up like yours did.
And so we proceed. Like, ultimately, is this the worst puzzle game of all time? No, it has its bugbears, but I mean, we're getting through it. We're getting up to level 8, Serious Gut. The cannon needs a precise shot, a precise shoot with angle and timer. Tractor can drop the ball softly over a bomber. Okay.
No dogs. Wait, yes dogs? I'm trying to figure out that sign.
That's abstract.
Dog
Okay.
is.
So here's what I think we need to do. They mentioned the bomber. I think that is our cue to unfortunately have to start using this guy. And then possibly have, like, the archer shoot it through. Put it towards the center. I would even put him a little bit above. I'd even put, like, a wood crate under him. Try and line it up a little bit more. This is my guesswork. Still have to wait for this.
No, not quite.
What happens if I move?
What if...
You go ahead.
Decision. What if instead of... this is probably a bad idea, but what if instead of the tractor, you use, like, the baseball bat guy to just make it go faster?
Yeah, potentially.
Alright, so did make it go faster. Still didn't get the vertical lift we need.
Well, I went with 2 bombers. What if we did double the bombs?
Getting some great practice in. There you go.
I don't think the arrow factored into it at all. And also, this rat didn't explode.
Not the arrow did. I saw the arrow knock that thing.
So we still have survivors, mercifully.
What was the intended solution? I do want to see what that was.
Oh, as do I. Cannonball rats.
Oh.
And tractor and suicide bomb rat. Okay.
But still, just one. So the last couple times we tried one suicide bomb rat, didn't get up nearly enough. With this one, and with technically the previous one we did, it just works.
Whatever gets you there. Nearly 1/4 of the way through the game. Do you think we'll come in under time tonight or a little bit over time? I'm betting a little bit over time.
A little bit over time.
That's all right, though. It's worth
Good
it
dog.
for bad rats. So there are dogs in this game after all, huh? Time precision is needed. The rocket can use the map's ramps. Vacuum can lift the ball for the rocket. All right.
I want to see that dog.
Looks to be a
What is
chihuahua.
happening?
Oh, wait, no. I
Ready?
didn't mean to do rocket there. I meant to do vacuum. So this will suck the ball up.
Mm-hmm. Can you angle rocket rats to, like, fire, like, 45 degrees or something?
Yes.
Not the other way, 45 degrees? Yeah. I
Unless
don't
the
know if
coordinate
that's what they
data.
want.
I think when they say rocket cat, I think they actually mean cannonball cat. Or cannonball rat.
Oh.
I think it's mistranslated to the extent that it's legitimately giving you wrong information. Gonna set a delay on this.
Let's see if that's half a second, or 50 seconds, or 5 seconds. No idea.
Yeah, I don't know what this unit of time is. I'm gonna do
Game ticks. Almost.
All right, let's go with fucking 20.
I think 26 would be the number. Or 20, however you can get it. Okay, so you might be right about the cannon thing.
Yeah, I'm
also,
thinking...
we need to figure out once it gets up there, it still has to hit that weight.
Yeah. I'm thinking this will probably do it. And if not that, I'll also put a batter rat here. I don't care about going like overkill, going excessive with these. Where's my cannon rat? Let's get rid of rocket rat. Let's do it like this. I may have made a few mistakes. So I did not expect the batter rat to immediately attack the bomber rat. So there is rat infighting. So I need to get rid of that. I need to set a delay on this. 26 seconds. Or 25.
Not little, I think like 28 or 29 would be.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
just
sucks.
a touch too
Yeah.
touch too early.
This is where the problems begin. Because there's probably a world where we keep running that solution there, and it ultimately eventually works. We'll certainly get a different result every time.
I do like how when he hits the ground and doesn't die, he just kind of does like curly spins.
I don't love the cannonball rat for this either, honestly.
Now,
You know what I might do? Let's just try the archer rat. He might have a straight shot here to where it gets to the right zone.
no.
No. What else do we got? Runner rats. What does runner rat even do? Oh, I think I remember what he does. Okay, I'm gonna bring the rocket rack back out. Let's go back to, was it 26 seconds? I remember 26 seconds.
It's not quite 26. It's a little too soon. Might be closer. It depends on
30.
where you put it, but like 30's probably better. Okay, well, it hit the runner rat.
Yeah. But it also hit this guy, so... It keeps setting the bomb off prematurely. I wish I could just, like, have them like this. Is there any sort of way I can stack them up? Take some of the variability out of... Well, that's not going to work.
Yeah, the problem looking up bad rat guides is most of them are just meme guides.
Yep. Many such cases. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. I thought they said something about the ramp being able to project, like, you know, being able to determine the angle for the rocket rat to some extent. So I thought, like, him, like, flying right into the ramp would somehow set him on an angle or trajectory.
Okay. So I looked up a solution, and it's something I thought of, and it's a lot simpler.
Okay, lay it
than
on
what
me.
we're trying to do. Keep the vacuum rat, get rid of everything else, and just put a batter on the lip of the of that ramp.
And this will just work?
According to this guide. According to this guide.
I think we can bring this back. Come on.
Universe in which that could have worked.
We just gotta land in the right universe. We gotta land in the right timeline.
What if you changed... Yeah.
This way. Thank God. That was 25 tries. I'd say it's about 20 tries too fucking many.
I'm surprised we didn't run out of time on that.
What was their solution? Again, they're not going to tell us what the timer on this was.
No. But their solution is what you were trying earlier. That works.
So... Hey, it worked the second time, so that's good. That's a 50% success rate. The intended developer solution for it. Are you beginning to see a problem with the physics here? Are you beginning, folks at home, to see the issue with having randomly determined physics?
I'm glad we actually got to show off that working in the worst case scenario, rather than us saying, like, trust me, sometimes it happens.
I knew it would happen eventually. I knew it would happen the deeper we get in. Chainsaw. We already had a level with the chainsaw. We're already reusing gags. We're already reusing murder mechanisms. The tractor position can be used as a timer. Yes, we know. Bomber to lift the ball. Runner can have amuse. Okay.
I've had to get into, not arguments, but back when I was editing articles for people, I had to get into some spirited debates about when to use a versus an when a vowel is involved. Because, a use reads better than an use. Oh,
there goes.
Z-axis.
Fuck's sake. All right, so we've got to change the timing on that somewhat. Can I do it even closer? Can I get it to just immediately bypass those?
Well, think about what's going to happen when it goes down. Then figure from there.
No. Stop auto-rotating. Thank you. No, stop it. I don't want you to rotate. I want to do... So this is a problem with its system of automatically trying to determine what, it expects you to do. What it thinks you want it to do is that sometimes it will not do what I want it to do. Sometimes it'll just start shifting and moving. So I'll let go of it here. And then, hopefully, that'll work. And then we need to figure out how to get it across.
So that's correct. I can tell that what you're doing right now, though, is almost right, but not quite there.
Wonderful.
Okay, so you remember, it suggested you use the runner, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Like there?
And I think that's the only space the runner will fit, so I think you want that board over...
I hate it.
As best you can, I think you want your board over those.
Also, this is going to be... on our end, I can see that OBS is streaming this game out completely smoothly, but in the actual game window, it's dropping frames like a motherfucker, so I might need to relaunch the game at some point. Because we're getting freezes, but it's not manifesting as the audience is seeing it. So that's very strange. Very strange engine. This is actually one of their horse games. They repurposed the code base for that in developing this, so... Somewhere in the background, there's a horse.
Now, assuming that actually... gets down there. I think this is perfect. All right, it's not getting down there.
I think we need to go later. That or use a baseball rat. Oh, this is absolutely not it.
Nope. Dial it in, I guess. I like how the piston actually gets, jostled out of place. As it goes up, you can see that it is not having a good time.
Come on. You can make it.
Oh, there we go.
We got it. Seen that gag already. Wasn't funny the first time. Even less so the second. But hey, that's a quarter of the game done. Let's see what their original solution was.
I have my computer audio on mute, so I'm just hearing you, and I'm not hearing the game at all.
It's just music.
It's making this sadder. Same thing I thought. I guess they got the timing on that.
Hey, it worked for them. That's great. I love that for them. You know what I'm going to do?
Restart the game?
Yeah, I'm going to have to because it's getting to be unplayable on our end. But again, no one in the audience has complained about it, so I know it's going out smooth. Rat dog. Dogs and gats. Or is that cats? It's hard to tell.
It
bad
really
font.
does look like a G.
It's bad font.
That was like Dobbs, actually. Dobbs and Gats.
Hint, Bomber can lift up the ball as we need. Archer can have a good shot with the ball in the air. I'm sure he can. Let me save over this. This is what, level 11 that we're on?
Maybe.
And what was the password again? Rat dog.
Ben4.com.
You'll remember the name. Oh, there's the splash screen getting captured briefly. We'll skip the intro because I never want to see it again. Just as soon as they let me.
we're going to see that electricity like several times tonight.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to try to do. First, I'm going to try loading the save. See if it maintains the expert difficulty. Like I know it won't. Yep. And so now, it's going to show the solution every time, which is what I don't want. Because that just takes the fun out of it. Granted, you can hide it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it defaults to showing it.
Right.
So if it defaulted to not showing it, and then allowing you to hide it. Also, I'm noticing white bar. Hold on.
Yes, I was about to point that out.
For fuck's sake. There we go.
That fixed it.
It's always something with this goddamn game, I tell you what. Okay. Main menu. Let's see where we enter the passwords. Let's see where we enter rat dog. Though I have a horrible feeling that it's going to default to easy difficulty. It did not. Good. Okay.
No.
So the passwords are difficulty specific. I like that. And I did not pay attention to what the solution was. Unfortunately, that means I also didn't pay attention to the hints. Let's read those again. Bomber lifted up the ball. Archer can have a good shot while the ball's in the air. There is the ball. The heads-up display has disappeared. I can't
Just from
move it down. The game is broken.
I was gonna say, because from what I was looking at, I don't think there are difficulty-specific passwords, which makes sense that it's just the HUD is dead.
I can't do anything. I can grab these, even though I'm not supposed to be able to. And it'll just keep giving me a remove message. Okay, I guess we're relaunching the game again. Wonderful. So this is definitely a game that was meant to be played over the course of multiple sessions, and not just all in one go. It's definitely not like the game completely fucking breaks the second you try to like pick up your progress.
It's possible you might have to do this on easy. You might not be able to show off your skills with bad rats. Mm-hmm.
We're good.
Oh, no, we're good? Okay.
Okay. Vacuum rat there would be my guess.
Yeah.
The tractor's so fucking slow, I just want to use the batter. So he'll knock it that away.
But you might need to use the batter for...
I think the archer will work.
I mean,
this fine.
This could work, but I don't know if the... Yeah, you see, that's the problem.
That puts a little too much power into it. Yes.
I think the
Hopefully it's
tractor's
as
just like
easy
the
as
workhorse of this. Okay, don't fall out the Z-axis. There you go.
And again, the same gag. So they've already ran out of death animations for this. I know Bad Rat Show has some new ones, including one where they just drop a nuclear bomb. Where they just a nuclear bomb that kills the entire like spectator crowd of rats, which seems incredibly counterintuitive. I think we can assume what the original solution for this one was. I can assume that it's just exactly what we came up with. The balls are ready at play as we load into the map. Trampoline will make part of the job. The rocket can move finely in a ramp. All right, part of the job. And then what was it? What works finely in a ramp?
Is that what it said?
Bounce that up. Now I want to see what the batter does. And then a bomber here. Let's just see what this does. Just to throw stuff against the wall and see what happens. I wasn't that far off. I would still need something up there to, like...
What if you put... Maybe not the blower. Can the plank go all the way across where the no gun sign is.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
And then, yeah, something up there just hits it off to the side.
Here we go. Like that was pretty fucking efficient. Just have to wait for this to play out every time. At some point, I'm just like, I'm doing the thing with my fingers. I'm always like, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go.
I see the mouse moving.
Their solutions, something like this, which seems entirely too convoluted. Which seems entirely, like, less predictable. In fact...
Wonder if it would work. Oh, well, it did.
Multiple ways to skin a cat, as we said. Is going to be the running joke for the episode. Rats loves vaults. If you know it to be true, it's preach it from the mountaintops. Tractor can drop the ball. A ramp can help to continue the moving. The bomber can lift up the ball when it explodes. It's always the fucking tractor rat. Okay, I'm having a hard time delineating what is foreground and what is background here. I'm assuming the blue is background.
Blue is background.
All right, so this is all just empty space.
Yes.
Could it be as simple as...
Goodbye.
knock the ball straight out of the
Okay.
fucking map?
Considering okay, the batter loves to send it at an upward angle. Try the archer.
I tried to select the archer here, but it's so busy at the bottom of the screen that it...
Okay. A little too fast.
Let's see what happens. I just want to know. We're experimenting here.
No.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. It's gonna be this guy. Or, hold on. If I could just get it to land in that vicinity. Let's see if the smoker rat pushes vacuum rat. Yep.
Yes. Oh, it does interesting things to how the vacuum is. You saw it wrapped back around?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I do have a solution here, but I'm not going to tell you right away. I don't see that working because you're blowing above the vacuum.
Also, I think the archer is fucking worthless for this, unfortunately.
Perhaps. I was just noticing that the
smoker rat is...
The batter was... That too. But the batter was like just sending it into the wall over and over again. Oops.
Oh, yep. Oh, the mouse, because it's a windowed game, is having issues currently. It's always fucking something with this game. Yeah, the mouse is no longer constrained within the window in the way that is actually functional. So that's an interesting wrinkle in our ability to play this.
I have the passwords for these levels if you ever need to.
Let me see if I can full
Restart
screen
something.
this. Let me see if just going full screen mode with this game will still allow it to stream out.
How's it look, chat?
Should be fine. I'm seeing it on my side window. It should be okay. Okay. Give me a solution to this.
All right. Remove everything,
Including tractor?
including tractor. According to this, the archer goes up there.
Sure.
The bomber goes actually kind of not all the way to the right, but below that thing, like right around where that hole is, like pretty much there. Maybe it's like a touch more to the right, but yeah. And then up at nothing. That's it. Those are the only two things. And this is one of those things that will eventually work. You could probably put like the smoker up there though to push it along.
That'll definitely. Where's
you
my
go.
smoker?
Is it that one? No, that's what. That's
I think they're just gone. I think they disappeared. For
try the
whatever
batter.
reason. Ay, ay, ay.
But the batter you probably want to put closer to
Yeah,
the
I forgot about that.
There you go.
It's cool they just took away one of our pieces past a certain point. Do I even care? Sure. I can
Yeah, I
see
knew
that
they were-
working.
I knew they were thinking about a ramp from what they were saying earlier.
George Ariel points out that Smoke Rat's having a smoke break right now.
That's
a
true.
good point, Alma. Yeah. Acid Rain. The fat rat in a good position will solve the lever. The runner can give the push the ball will need. Okay. Something like this.
Okay. I think you just need something up top. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't expect this to work first try. Especially not if that happens.
What's fun is that I was looking at the solution, and where you had the rat the first time is basically exactly where it was. This is going to be the thing, because this is the most finicky thing here. All right?
I'm in hell. Okay. Let's...
Almost. Lower?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Assuming he's not gone.
He's back from his smoke
There we
break,
go.
thank God.
The lung rat. Okay, maybe he needs to be a little to the right.
Hey, you know what's a
I
new
thought
death
that didn't
animation? Same as the other ones. With a slight variation. So you can technically count it as new. Johnny in chat says, the seesaw physics piss me off just watching. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I could see that
Almost
working.
what we did.
But how funny would
They
it be
got
if
the
it just
runner to
didn't?
work.
Yep.
Oh,
Yes!
no, it didn't.
Yes! I'll give it a second try. That
Oh, it just
somehow
barely
worked.
worked.
Yep. Onwards and upwards. Chain salad. Another chainsaw one. Fucking great. You'll need to use the
Salad
rats to
Cat.
movement.
Isn't that David Firth series?
Shut the fuck up. You'll need to use the rats to movement right the levers. Archer can give some movement to the levers with the arrows. This is going to start on a roll. It'll work its way into there where it can't work its way. We can't let it fall under there. So if I put this here, hopefully this will keep this thing steady. It'll keep it from dipping into this no-go zone. So it should hopefully go all the way over there. Let me just see what happens if... Ugh. Can I prop it up with an additional wooden stick? No. Maybe the barrel is the right height for this? No.
Nope.
I can cheat this.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Wait, no, I can't because I can't move this slightly up. It will not allow me to because of the way the snapping works. I can't put it in the middle.
The guide's solution to this is stupid. But
Can't put it...
no, you can't put anything there because it's gonna.
What happens if I just do this? We'll just, like, be stuck on his back?
Yeah,
Yes,
you'll-
of course. Oh my god, I'm getting black flagged on the first lap here. I have an idea. I don't like it.
I'm real curious what like their solution is, like the in-game solution is.
Fuck! Let's try it like this. Oh, I just realized this isn't working.
No, think about how that's turning.
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
going
yeah.
to stop anything. That's surprising. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Now I need to figure out how to get it across that.
I have an idea as to that. Except I
Wait.
can't. The plank's
Wait,
too big.
stop. Move the barrel.
Move it where? Remove it?
Remove. What if you put the plank over that?
I like the way you think. That feels like it shouldn't have worked. But that could be the solution to any puzzle in this game. Like, that could be the same could be said of anything in this game.
So in the guide I was looking at, that plank they put over the first one. Like underneath the ball, so it would just roll across that. That's why I was like, this is a stupid solution. But
Speaking of stupid solutions, Jesus Christ.
there's no way it's going to succeed on this. Oh well,
Ye of little
I thought it would
faith.
have got Z. I thought it would have gotten Z-axis immediately.
You would presume so, which is why you would never think to do this kind of solution on your own. But that, that's what
Not in
separates
this
Invent
game.
4 from us. We're thinking in every possible dimension. Pizza cat. Fuck. The bombers
Yeah,
can
I
make
know.
the up movement if well positioned. A ramp can be a good start. Better to finish it. Or batter to finish it. Okay. Well, they gave away the ending. Gave away the denouement. It drops immediately. Was it bombed to propel it upwards? And would they recommend for here?
I don't remember them saying anything specifically for there. Or if they did, I don't remember what it was.
Let's try this just to see what happens.
Nope. Oh, wait. There we go. Another bomber?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Up there?
thinking. I'm thinking this will probably work.
There you go.
It's wild that we're taking basically 2 minutes per stage, with the anomalous 5-minute one, but it's still taking this long to get through the game. Yeah, more or less. They just let physics take a hold. They let physics do the job of the ball rolling all the way. I want speed. I want filthy, ludicrous speed. I don't want the ball to just roll at its own fucking pace. I want to control the pace. I want to speed it up as much as possible. Flammable. It sure is. Flying rats can be needed. Vacuum to lift the ball. The cannon, misspelled, needs precision in time and
Ganon.
angle.
The King of Darkness, Ganon, is needed.
Was it vacuum rat they said to pull it up? Let me see if this even works. No.
Not from there.
Will he stay
Oh, wait.
put here? No.
It said flying rats might be needed. Vacuum on a balloon.
I have an idea. Let's see if this works. No! He gets caught on it.
Nope.
Can I just drop him straight in?
Doesn't do much.
Hey, so how the fuck are we supposed to get it out of here? Oh, you know what?
Vacuum on a
I get
balloon.
it. I get it.
Yeah, the thing I was saying.
Yeah, but it just problem is that this is only gonna be a temporary solution. Because you may be able to suck it up to a certain point.
Well, start him up higher because he has infinite vertical reach. And then, ooh, I like how that's curving. And then you're gonna need something to shoot him across. What is
We've
he
reached
doing?
an impasse. When he reaches the ceiling, it breaks his angle.
You need to start them lower. Oh, there. At that point, you can have something that shoots them across.
Yeah,
And
let's
then
try Archer.
You're obviously going to want a plank down over on
Yeah,
the
and that should
right
take
side.
care of most of the rest of it, right?
Yeah. I think right there should be good.
Okay.
No. Okay. Put the thing down on the one below it. Not the vacuum rat, but the shooter.
Right, good point. Fuck the Archer.
We
Let's
have
use the
other
batter.
things that can shoot.
Yeah. But now the batter's not going to be able to hit it, though, is the problem.
We have a cannon.
Cannon, yeah, they did mention cannon. Let me try this, though. No, I guess it's got to be the cannon. I guess it's the only thing we can set a timer on to.
That-
know what?
That's definitely just going to kill him.
Not if it's delayed. A little earlier. Fuck. A little earlier than that. Like another 10. Ugh. 47.
It doesn't even go up high enough, though. I think you need to put it down there and then, like, angle it up a little.
Right.
That's too much. And I don't know what the timer's going to need to be, but... That was real close.
It looked like it should have fucking hit. Right? That-
Yeah.
Earlier.
Earlier.
Later.
Real close.
Thank God. Johnny in chat points out, it's a minor issue, but the 3D perspective makes lining stuff up sometimes really hard. There's a reason most of these games use true 2D POV. Yeah! There's
That's
also-
the same problem that I mentioned in Mighty Number 9 during that rocket shot challenge, where you had to go through things, but everything was in this 3D plane, so you cannot line it up correctly.
Onwards and upwards. Blowing up feline. That's not even a joke. You'll need some obstacle to make the ball bounce. Balloons can make objects fly. Bomber to move it up. Trampoline, maybe? Let me just see what
What did it
happens.
say? You need to make objects fly, it said, right?
So there's no wall here.
Right.
That's going to
so,
be a fucking problem.
Objects fly, so you make a wall with the balloon and an object.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That'll work. And then we can just have a bomber propel
then-
that upwards. And then maybe like lung rat standing on
rat
top
right there?
Yeah. It
There you
saved it. Yep. Thank God for smoking. Getting the same achievements again, because it doesn't remember which achievements you get in the course of a playthrough. Because of the nature of how it doesn't save properly. But I should have checked the original solution for that, but also, let's get this on the road. Unless it's like a real stumper. Subcat, also known as half-cat. Build a great ramp. Well, I'll do my best with the tools you've given me. The rocket rack can be the solution you'll need. Tractor to drop the ball. Yep, this seems... I feel like there's a world in which this just works. Where it just...
That could just work. You know what?
an
You
idea.
have... Yeah.
Let's bounce it. Let's dribble it in.
Oh, he was trying to make a jump shot.
Oh,
You
so
have
close.
balloons that you haven't used yet. If
Oh,
there was
yeah.
a rat up there, it's just cat.
Wait, hold on.
Not necessarily a
Give
rat.
this a shot. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, but try it. Yeah. Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa. Okay, no. But if
It
you have
seemed
a
like a good
balloon
idea.
attached, if you have a balloon attached to like a rat up there that can get it to go right, like I don't know, the lung or the batter or whatever, to catch it as the. Now, importantly, it has to not, get hit by the ball that's going down.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I just feel like this is gonna be off.
I think batter,
Yeah.
or lung. Probably batter more than anything else.
No, batter is. I mean, while they are always like consistent with their hitting.
Nope. Balloon doesn't belong to him.
This is not a runner rat. Why is the tooltip saying runner rat when I have a whatever?
Okay. No, not quite.
I'm gonna try lung rat. Oh. Wait,
Looking
I
at
have a
the-
cheat. I have an idea that could work. Not the plank.
That will fall due to gravity.
No, it won't.
Uh-huh.
Using my new game plus tech.
Nope.
Great. Glad to see that works. Glad to see this thing that you get as a bonus for beating the game works flawlessly. Fuck's sake. I hate this. What's the
Maybe-
solution online?
All right. Solution online is get rid of the bomber rat. Put the batter on a balloon. And put it like right where he is now. Maybe a little more to the right.
Yeah. This isn't going to work.
Maybe a little more to the right.
The trajectory is always going to be a thing where it's just like not doing what we want it to do. I don't know how this is supposed to work. It seems like a incredibly luck-based solution. It seems like we just have to like run it enough times that the physics eventually cooperates. Unless I can rotate them like this. But I think they're just going to reset the second I said, no, okay.
No. That looks... I'm looking at the picture of the solution. I think rotating it is correct. But not too strongly or else, it goes cattywampus.
I hate this solution. I think we were straight up better off with like the bomber at the bottom.
You can try that.
Wait, that gives me something like an idea. Bomber worked here. I know we did this before, but I think if I space these apart a little bit more, maybe it'll work a bit better. Ugh, it puts it right in the sweet spot too. It's so frustrating. Wait. Please, Super Nail, work. Maybe this works like works like this. I have to do it like that.
It? Well, kinda.
Fuck.
You know what? 2 nails would maybe give it enough structural
Integrity to, yeah.
ability. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? Now this timing's not gonna work? I just want this
Real
level
close
over.
to it.
It's gotta be incredibly fucking lucky. No, he's not even gonna fucking try. Love it. I should stop trying to use the super nails. A little more to the left.
I did like that idea though.
It's so close. You know what? It's so close that...
Yeah. Whoops.
I guess the game didn't like that. Game, this is not the time to stop making, like, the initial part of this stop working.
Whoa. Okay.
I have a really convoluted solution that might just work. If only they gave us more fucking props to work with. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. Let's live a little.
Yeah, I was going to say the bottom one blows up, which leads to the top one blowing up.
Build a great ramp. What's the ramp gonna do? Where? What's the ramp gonna do for us?
I don't know, but it'd be great.
Rocket Rat can be the solution I need. I have an idea. Not that. I know what they mean by a great ramp. Damn it. I was hoping I'd do it without having to manually rotate it, but because I don't trust that. Set timer.
Setting the timer, also move the ramp slightly.
I think we're in the right neighborhood. And if this works, we can just dial it in.
I just noticed how slow that timer is. Okay, it doesn't count while the game is actually doing things.
Oh my god, that was so close. Just a little more, a little less delay, a little more delay. Like this? We're gonna see what happens if you run out of fucking time on this. Hot damn.
Okay. Alright, I am seeing the solution as it is built, I think the way they intended it to be built. You are very much on the right track. But from where you're building it, right? The way they have it is instead of that wooden box, there's another barrel, and at the very bottom on the left side, there's the wooden box holding it up. So the whole structure is just higher up. When I say at the very bottom, I mean like the very, very bottom. Like that.
Now the problem is the rocket rat hates this.
He does hate this.
The problem is this isn't going to work. The problem is we're going to run out of time.
The problem is, any answer I find online that works is an answer that is incredibly finicky.
I'm just going to let it run out of time. I'm just going to let this run out of time, and then you know what we're going to do? We're going to switch to easy mode. Because we did 44 tries on this.
So you're going to save your game here, assuming it doesn't...
Hall of Fame. Bad game. Misspelled Stewart. No.
No.
All right, what was the password for that stage? There's the question.
Subcat.
What is this? Oh, this is just the... Okay, you know, I probably should have saved the game. So here's what I'll do. I'll type in subcat.
Save the game and then load it.
Yep. Save. And then main menu. And hopefully we can just, like, you know, try to hide the solutions. We want to give, like, an earnest shot to any more of these levels. We're nearly halfway through the game, though.
Or use the passwords. Wait, did the save actually work this time?
Fucking somehow. There's also a way to bring up the console, but I don't know how I would actually enable the developer console. That allows you to, like, show the puzzle solutions. This is hell, Charkie. I am content to just skip to the next level at this point because I am about to, like, toss in the towel as far as this stage is concerned. I understand what they want me to do. I do not understand how it is possible within the rules and expectations of the game to do what they want me to do. I understand that they want me to build a great ramp like this, but the problem with a great ramp is that the rocket rat that is, you know, the basis of our entire plan, that is actually the thing that makes this dream a reality, is...
Again, any solution I find to this online looks like it barely works.
Johnny, can you fit the blank horizontal between... No.
Although part of me wonders what happens, just in general, if you attach a balloon to the ramp, if it's like, or the plank, if it's like holding still.
It'll absolutely break it. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I was curious, in what way would it break it?
Motherfuckers, it's your game. Come up with better positions if you're gonna make me, like... I can't... Ugh! It's as close as we've gotten. So deeply fucking annoying, this game.
Wait. Just adjust the timer. I think this is it.
Oh my god.
There you go.
It's my own personal fucking hell. Let's see the original solution. Let's see what they fucking came up with for this. Yeah.
That.
And I'm sure that'll work.
Good work.
Smoking
Diamond
gun.
Gem awarded.
Choose the right side. This is a part of the solution. A ramp can help you to make the first movement. Vacuum can play the last parts. So where's the fucking ball? Right.
Down,
right there, yeah.
middle, yeah.
I almost don't even want to try it right now. Like, I'm so, like, over this. We're only halfway through the game, and we're coming up on time. I don't want this to be a two-parter.
Two-parter?
But I feel like it might. Maybe what we do This is me figuring stuff out on the fly. What if we did... This is a two-parter.
Aha.
Where the second part includes Bad Rat's show.
Possibly.
That, or we pad out the second episode with something else, like maybe like a little bit of Hades 2. Something at the top of it to increase the length. Because I am so over this right now.
The solution to this one seems pretty easy, though. Looking at it, looking at the thing.
Sure. We'll do a couple more stages.
Okay.
I'll give you that much. But good God.
Remember, it says picking the correct side is the way to do it, so you picked the wrong side.
Great.
There's something I think you don't know about this level in terms of how it's going to play out once it actually goes.
There.
Yeah.
Love how
You
consistent
want me to start
this
feeding
is.
you answers?
Yeah. Tempting as that may be. Up, up, and away. Just want to...
Oh, well, okay. You're halfway there. There's a key component you're missing.
I was gonna say, what if it just like physics its way up there because of the smoke plume, and then it is rolled all the way over?
So it does need to go up there. Can you think of what would pull? Yep.
Just on its back.
Yep.
Now we have a different
course,
problem. The
That
baseball
has to
rat.
play ball.
Yep.
There's one more thing you can add to like help make this consistent or more
Okay.
consistent. Plank.
Good point. I love it.
Then you just wait. There we go. Keep rolling.
I want to see the original solution. I want to see it not work. I can't wait for this shit to be like something completely convoluted that only works half the time. No, that's pretty consistent actually, all things told. That'd be a plenty fine way to do it. All right, 21. Dog's lunch. Ica? Did they mean like Leica? Did they meant to put an L in front of that? Like the space dog Leica? Vacuum have a key work on this level. Charkie, just so you know, Vacuum have a key work on this level. So just bear that in mind. Rocket needs a good timming. And the Archer, a good position for shot.
The answer that this guide has includes none of those.
Let's try doing it their way first. Wait, no. How about
They said
just... Will this work for just getting the ball
If he was
fucking out of there?
if he was angled correctly.
Ugh.
Try rotating him.
No, I think this works. I think if I have him leaning forward, he'll fall forward, is the problem. If not, just get stuck in me. I guess that works. I guess all we need is the one hit.
All right, and then it said, what was it saying? Vacuum is a key, something or other.
Yeah, I have a different idea about that.
Okay.
Oh, so close.
But then it's going to need to go up over there, too. So, yep. If you just have something that can push it to the right from there.
The timing's going to be off on it. I know what I could do. Wait, no.
No, because how's it gonna...
Yeah, yep, that occurred to me too late.
I like what you were thinking with the explosive guy there. And that's configuration you had. It's possible that instead of that, you would either use the archer or the cannon guy.
I wonder if this will work, as I hope it will. I know it won't.
It's going to tell you a bad position to begin with.
Yeah. There's no way in hell this works.
That did almost get up there still, in spite of itself.
Maybe vacuum rat's the key.
Got it.
Nailed it.
You finally made it, friends.
Vacuum rat, vacuum up lung rat.
It could theoretically. Hello, Oboe Shoes Games. Hello, Raiders. Please put a shout out to Oboe Shoes. Don't mind us. We just went through the entire history of this godforsaken game, Bad Rats, and now we are trying to solve it. And it's run into some issues with it, with the physics-based solutions, with the randomly deterministic weight. What happened there? How did it get that momentum? Sometimes it just does stuff that you just can't account for. Why isn't Smoker Rat activating? It would make life so much easier if you just... Okay, I have a different idea.
Khan in chat asks, is this an Xbox game? This is a PC exclusive. It's on Steam.
Flip it around. Right. Forgot about the primary problem with Batter Rat, which is that he will rat in fights, making some of these impractical. I have an idea.
Right, yep, that's the thing I was saying earlier.
Now we need to guess what the timing is on this and dial it in.
Also, hope that he doesn't, that needs to be better at.
Yep.
We also have to hope that he doesn't, like, crash into the other suicide rat. Need to angle it.
Good call. Good call on that one. Let's hope we don't get a bad position error as I try to rotate this into a decent place. Yep, cool. I feel like if I can just tighten the timing on this, it'll work. 26? Oh my god, that was so close, though. I bet if we run it again...
That could work at any given time.
Let's make it even earlier. How about that?
That's pretty early. Yeah, that's
a little later?
Early.
Yep. The problem is that this is completely random over here.
Mm-hmm. That's random over up there. That's gonna be way too early.
Yeah, well, since we don't know what these numbers actually correspond to in terms of seconds or milliseconds.
That was so close. All right, I have a possible solution here where you get rid of Cannonball Rat and move the bottom Suicide Rat just to the left.
I'm liking what you're... Yep. Nah.
Okay, so the solution that I have here from the online thing has Suicide Rat a little to the left and held up by a balloon. But that could possibly work too.
What the fuck? Why did it bounce? What did it bounce off of there? Why did it bounce backwards? Is there some sort of thing like that we can't see in the 3D space that's like... I'll just run it again. There's something rejecting it. There's like a magnet up there that is pushing it in that direction. We didn't even need the rat that time.
Into the Z-axis. Yeah, it keeps backspinning. It's like the spin on the thing is making it backspin like a golf ball.
Oh, fuck you, Augusto Bulo.
So close.
What's incredible is that we don't even need...
Yeah, like, and I'm seeing that now. I wonder if you put that guy up at the top. Not that top. I mean on the other thing.
Now it's not gonna work. Now it won't fucking do what I wanted to do. So I guess him being here is integral somehow to...
Yes.
And remember, if we just keep running it, there's a chance it might just work.
Yeah.
If it can get over the fucking... Hold on.
Yeah. Almost. I don't think it's gonna have enough clearance.
Huh?
That did some interesting Z-axis stuff. I saw when it reset, it actually pushed the barrel. The crate? No, you already used the crate. Oh.
What?
It's Z-axising. That's what's happening.
So it keeps... Yeah, okay, so I think what's happening is the way this is working is it's not meant to bounce like this, right? That we're doing here is a bit of like, cheatery. We really need the bomb to be the thing that sets it off. We really need this to be the thing that kicks it in the right direction. And every time it doesn't...
Again, I don't know how much it helps in terms of like the timing and stuff, but the guide thing has like the thing on a balloon, so maybe it's hitting it from higher up.
You mean like
that? I see the world in which this works. Consider get rid of the crate. Get rid of the crate. Wait.
Whatever is on top of this up here is my
there's nothing
worst
on
fucking
top
nightmare
of it.
enemy.
There's nothing on top of it. It's backspin. It's the way your ball is spinning. When a ball is spinning in real world physics, when a ball is spinning like that and then hits at that sort of angle, it will go backwards.
Well, I don't much appreciate it. I don't like it. Con464462 reminding us of the Incredible Machine. Yeah, you don't say. Yeah, no, definitely a template that they based their designs off of for this. I want it to go more to the right. 1 minute left. I think we were better off with the fucking crate.
Maybe.
Like, this wasn't a bad idea. It's just a bad game. So ultimately...
Again, the best I can do is look up solutions online and watch videos of how it works. See, is that backspin again? See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. And it goes down.
I have one more.
Not tractor, but What about lung?
Yeah. Or Archer. Running up against the...
Nope, because Archer's going to do that.
It has to be batter then. Wait, no, we have batter there, though.
Yeah. Lung.
Wait.
Oh, possibly. The thing is, like, the way that bounce works seems entirely dependent on what other rats are here. Aha. Oh, just run that simulation a couple more times. This is an answer. Got it!
It's like a nightmare, Charky. This whole game is like a nightmare.
So what was the intended answer? What was the
I need to know. I need to see it.
And we need to see if it works in real life.
What the fuck is this?
Okay, vacuum pulls up the thing. That's timed very specifically. It's that.
Finally made it, friends.
Well, thank you, Liz OMFG, for the raid as well. Don't mind us. We just covered the entire history of Bad Rats and are now playing through it, and deep hurting is happening. Let us see what the next level entails, Charky. You know, for as over it as I am, we keep getting raided, and that keeps making me want to keep the show dragging it out a little bit longer and longer. We were going to do this as a two-parter, but we probably still will, but let us see. Super Shock. Hit the electrical machine with the ball. Energize the cat. That's a generous word for it. Choose a good air escape to be used. Doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Stop the ball in the right direction, or right position. The Ganon needs a good shot. Shoot with angle and timer. This is the least helpful hints yet. I think these may very well just be useless at this point. Liz OMFG asks, hello, how is Bad Rats?
Bad.
It ain't good. I'll tell you that it ain't
Rats.
good. That lives up to reputation in some capacity. We go over the history of it at the beginning of the episode, and I immediately see, like, this is the first thing I want to do, but it's probably not the right thing.
Right? No, wait, stop. Right where you have it there? Right? No? Right where you had it originally? Right there? Yep. The Steam Guide solution, there's only one more thing you need to place, and you have it.
Tell me this doesn't work.
Go
Tell
for
me
it.
this isn't the whole solution. Good God.
There it is.
Well, it seems like we circumvented all this bullshit. Let's see what the developers thought we should do. Let's see what Invent 4, what Augusto envisioned us doing for this fucking puzzle here. Yeah, no. What's this wooden block doing? Oh, the wooden block is there to stop it, so it stops at that point.
Yes.
Let's see if this works.
You have to divine that's exactly where you need to be to get hit by.
Get the
cannon
exact
rat.
timing of the steam correlate to the exact timing of the rocket, of the cannonball route. That would take like 50 tries of trial and erroring to get down to the point where like it actually
Also, know
works.
exactly what game tick you need to set that cannon to.
Yes. Hey, we're at the skate park now. On the fly. Password, Uncle Sam. Sure. Rocket can give the best first movement. Lung needs some time to make a good job. And all can be a question of right position. Isn't it always a question of right position? Can't that be said of every level in the game? Okay. I'm assuming batter up. Will this get it above the... If it's a little
No.
closer, will it?
I could see what they mean about having like something that rockets being the first hit. So that would be faster.
Yeah, I'm seeing the problem here, that it's not going to make it. Unless the physics are just so random.
I think... Okay, here's what I think. All of this should be moved up one. The batter should be where the lung is. Lung should be on the next thing. Something to hit that up there. So, the bomber or whatever.
Yep.
And then use like the rocket or the cannon to just knock it immediately.
Oh, so close. I bet it'll work. One of these times it'll just randomly work.
You know what? If you adjust the timing on the cannon by a little bit, you might get on a good cycle with the... Oh, wait. Nope. Okay, we're getting there. Maybe move that bomber to the left a little bit, because all it needs to do is hit the butt of that rifle. So that, yeah, move him to the left a little.
And then
Probably don't even need that guy. There you go.
doing Uncle Sam proud, presumably. I was like the no gun sign next to the shotgun. You see, that's the kind of environmental storytelling that is emblematic of Event 4 in their machinations and their ways. We can assume the original solution is probably something pretty fucking close to that. Yeah,
Probably.
I know, we're on a roll now. Password, Brazil. Hey, Brazil mentioned in this Brazilian game, finally. Lighting fire. Bombers' positions are the key on this map. The ball's already rolled out of the arena. It's gone. We're not going to be using it. A rat needs fly to hit the ball with the precision needed. Just want to see what this does. Yeah, I expected as much. The batter is so unreliable in most cases. I think this will work just fine. Just for getting the ball over there. Yep.
That will get it there.
And then if we use a bomber, will that project it to the next?
Almost.
It's close. It was just a little bit higher. I don't think this will work. I think
No,
this
because
is
you have
very
to think
deliberate.
about how the ball is going to hit it. Yeah, see, it's... The explosion would just send the ball down.
Okay. This is what I'm assuming. Nope, I guess I can't put a balloon on that rat.
Not from there, I guess. The problem then is if you get it up with that, how are you getting it across?
Let's just see what happens first. Nah, I don't think it's going to work either way. I think we really do sort of need the bomber to just work magically. What if we put two of them on top of each other?
You know, that happens. I think you need the other bomber to get into that thing up there. Or you need something to get into that thing up there. Because you see how this whole thing is going to come around? It's going to go down and then go up.
Yeah, I see how what goes around comes around.
Okay, so it went up. So now you need something to send it to the...
I'm going to cheat a little bit,
Right.
use a super nail here. That should hopefully keep that in place. Now we just need to get incredibly lucky
So,
with this.
Yes.
And it is luck, because these physics are random, folks, for those of you just tuning in. Every physics quantity here is random, so sometimes solutions that are, like, perfect will not work, and sometimes ones that shouldn't work will, and it's just pure fucking luck.
I swear sometimes just the rats you have on the field, even if they're somewhere where it wouldn't affect the ball, will still change the physics of the ball.
Yeah, maybe it just changes, like, the seed. Wherever it's pulling its random number from to determine the value of, like,
Okay.
you know, how
You
much
have
force is being multiplied or applied to.
You have another way to get that ball to the left, considering it's falling. You have the runner.
Ooh, good point. That might be a little bit faster. I might save us a minute.
It might be faster. I don't know if it'd be faster if you moved it a little bit to the left. Yeah,
Good,
yeah.
good, good. Now we just need to get it up and over.
Right. You need to nail that position on the explosive rat down there.
Love the variability here. It's got to be more to the left.
We
This
got it up there
hurts.
once.
This is as left as it can get. I wonder if it's like, multiplying the velocity of the ball at a certain point.
Whoa. Is it hitting the pin?
It might be hitting the nail. And look, the batter's still in place, so ultimately. It's not a good game.
I want to be clear about something, just to make sure with you. You have no way of looking outside of your screen right now, right? More or
No.
less. Like, if I were to send you something, you would not be able to see it.
No, not because we
Okay.
have to switch this over to full screen because the mouse broke because of this wonderful antiquated engine.
That's what I thought. Because at a certain point, I'm just thinking, what if I just show you the solution?
What is it? So is it bomber
What
in this
su-
corner? Is it bomber in this
Yes.
corner? Okay.
What sucks is that you're very close to what it's supposed to be. And I don't know what's fucking up.
It's just I can't get the bomber to cooperate. I just can't get it to where
The bomber seems to be, like, he needs to be more to the left. Say that.
But we can only go so far left. This
Right,
is
I know.
pixel, pixel, pixel. This is as far left as you can go.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just gets caught on the ass of the batter rat.
So, in the solution I have here, the battle rat is actually hovering by a balloon.
But the ball
Because I
just does
liked-
not get up that high. It just doesn't. And also, we can't put the balloon on anything up here because we keep getting...
You
okay.
can. I'm telling you, the physics just change depending on what is standing where.
And our reward, this incredible animation we've seen 7 times so far, I think? You know what? I don't want an episode 2 of this. We're just doing this. We're just banging our head against this until it's over, Charkie.
Alright. Let me go get a drink.
What's the original solution? Show me. Okay, yeah, we basically had it. It's so deeply frustrating. So deeply obnoxious. Okay, bucket bath. The balloon and the umbrella positions are the key to this map. You'll need to hit the ball in the air on each side. So it's going to start rolling.
But where's it? Okay.
I can hit it over there if I have, like, batter rat on a balloon.
I have an idea. Yep. Good, good, good. What if that hit the ramp? What if that hit the board?
It's
Like,
it's a no-go zone. Unless I can cheat it by rotating it.
yeah.
But I don't think they want us putting the plank here.
They don't want you.
Yeah, no, they've made it so that
But-
you cannot use the plank there.
Oh, I see what it is. 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 Okay, I'm using foreknowledge here. You can use the plank, but it's going to be in a weird way. That might also work. What you're doing there could possibly also work. Not like that, though.
Let me just make sure it gets it across. Instead of...
Batter needs to be low. No, perfect. Well, almost.
No, it needs to be lower.
Okay. So yeah, if
Okay.
you can stop that up.
Stop it up.
Yeah.
You mean like...
Let's see. Yeah, let's see if... Almost. And physics change, just depends on what's on the screen.
Hit it again.
Hit it again. Hit it again.
Fuck.
One more time? All right.
I moved it 2 pixels. That'll change everything.
I see how the solution I'm looking for would stop that from happening. Okay, it's going down. No. Okay. So the solution I'm looking at, unless you... Oh, wait. On the right side. Not the right side. Okay, you see where the cat is?
Mm-hmm.
Move your mouse up a little bit. Move to the left. Put a vacuum mouse in there. Lay it on his
call.
back.
Good fucking
That's not
call.
the solution I was looking at. I was just thinking about that.
It'll work. Hopefully.
There we
Ice
go.
Bucket Challenge.
So the solution that the guide was showing me did use the plank, but it was like near vertical. So like when the baseball bat hit it, it would hit the plank and then go straight down. I
Yeah.
forgot we had an umbrella.
Yeah.
I forgot that's the thing we have. Cool. This is the game's recommended answer.
This is what the
Goodbye.
game says will work. Yep. I'll give it one more try. 50% success rate on the game's own solution, on the developer's own ideas for how this was supposed to work.
Nope. I'm curious now, how many tries will it take for the developer solution to actually work? Nope,
Not that
that's
one.
try 3.
Remember, intended solution, original developer fucking solution here, folks.
Didn't work 4 times.
This is the best invent 4 and Augusto could come up with.
Didn't work 5 times.
This was their genius solution to their own puzzle that they designed in their own video game.
Nope.
This is what they would recommend to players if we were on easy mode. This is what they'd say, hey, do this.
Nope. That's 7?
This was, hey, if you run out of ideas, you can always use this one.
8. Like, in some... Oh, there
10.
we go.
10th time's the fucking charm for the intended solution.
If this was Mythbusters, that would be plausible.
There are certain things that keep me in the bad games game. That's one of them. That's... I just got to see what's next, you know? It's not every day you get a puzzle game where the solutions only work 1 out of 10 times. Electrocat. Choose the correct side. There are several ways to lift a ball up.
Start. Okay.
Let's go with the slow and steady. Push it down there. Let it roll that way. Batter, batter, swing. Bomber.
Tell you what, I'm looking at the guide answer, and I don't understand how that's supposed to work. Okay, you got it up there.
That's a good start.
If you can get it further up, yeah, that'll always do. Someone in chat said way earlier tonight that they saw someone try to beat this game without ever using a bomber rat. I think they said that the person didn't manage it.
It's all physics. It's all random. It could work. This could very well work.
How does this supposed to... Oh, I see what the solution is now.
Come on, just roll a little bit more. I'm so
Okay,
confident in this. I don't know why I'm confident in this, but I'm confident in it.
The thing is, the ball's never going up again. Like, we've gotten to a situation where the ball just will not get up.
What if I put an archer rat up here? Not because I think it'll shoot the ball, but because I think it'll just change the variable enough that
I almost feel like the ball is bouncing off the jibs. I don't think it is.
It's incredible how like consistent this first bit was for, like for 3 or 4 tries.
Okay, what about... All right, here's my idea right now. Forget that. Forget the batter. Replace him with the runner, and that top bomber, put the batter, or something like that.
Like the way you think. You still gotta get really lucky with this bomber, though.
Yes. Maybe move the runner a little.
That's as much as they can...
Yeah. This isn't the guide solution. This was just a thought I had, but it doesn't seem great.
No, unfortunately not.
Blower or lung maybe at the bottom?
Assume he doesn't blow the bomber away.
I don't think he does. No, he's up against the wall, so it's not like he could. All right, I mean...
I have a different idea.
Okay. You work on your idea. I'm going to get my energy drink. Oh, good. Good. Bam. All right.
I'm a brain genius that way. I'm also fucking thirsty as hell, but I don't know what to do about that. Let's see their intended solution.
What is this solution?
Good work. Dino Gem awarded.
Okay. Nope. It fell out of the Z-axis.
How many more? Oh my
Z-axis.
god. 3.
There we go.
Well, they got there. And that's the important thing. Good God. Feline barbecue. Password, churros. You'll need to push the ball, but use some barriers to make it stop rightly. Rocket needs precision and time to make its job. I have an idea. What if I did this the wrong way? I know they want me to push it in that direction, but I think that will eventually work. Actually, no, that's stupid. Could it be as simple as you flip around, get on your back?
Well, then what's going to happen once he gets there?
He's going to drag it into the hole. And
then drag it into the hole is going to drag it into his vacuum.
Let me just see. I think this will work. I wish you didn't have to sit through this beginning part every...
I'll say you are super on the right track, but I don't think the vacuum is going to do it.
Okay, so you want me to like put like the blower over here?
Blower or the runner?
I don't trust the runner at all. The runner's not been useful at all.
Okay.
This needs to roll.
Go down. I think that's the problem with the blower. Is that explosion knocked you out of the Z-axis?
That's more a problem with the tractor, isn't it? I guess the blower blew the tractor.
The blower blew the tractor. Close.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, well, here's yeah. You got it. Or, well, that's one way to do it. I was just going to suggest put the crate in the crate-sized hole and then put the...
Oh, yeah, that'll probably work, won't it?
This might work.
Doesn't.
Yeah, that'll do it. Lola Reynard says, this game is not polished. No, it's Brazil.
No, you take that back. Whew, another achievement. 10 levels using less objects than planned. What was their solution? We did less than the objects than they planned.
We did one less object than planned. I feel like that barrel is very not neat. I feel like What is this convoluted solution? I mean, it looks like it's gonna work.
I don't see why it wouldn't work. You know, it worked.
I like the fat rat dancing there.
Yeah, we haven't gotten a lot of use out of the fat rat, especially not just like as like you can use them as a box effectively. You can use them as a wall.
Yeah, I mean, usually when I think of using a wall, I think of using like a crate.
Double shock.
Chocolate.
Double shock. You can use or cancel some scene objects.
Cancel some scene objects? Bad
Cancel
news about
out.
swinging pendulum.
Will this work? They probably want me to do tractor here,
Oop.
if I had to guess, because the tractor should
I think
combat.
that's- yeah.
Yeah, let me just make sure, and then see what happens when the ball comes into contact with.
Okay. Then you're gonna need to get it up onto that vent.
Or trampoline it. Let me just see.
I feel like if you trampoline it up there, it's going to... It's gonna maybe roll up that ramp a little bit and then roll back down again.
It might, but I want to see it in action. Yeah, okay.
Different.
I get the feeling it's just going to be inconsistent every time. Maybe if I move this up a little bit, it'll at least be...
Is there something we could, like, plug that hole with, potentially? Like, Fat Rat or, Crate?
Not enough berth.
Wait, there might have been.
I have an idea.
Guess I put an end to that. Yeah, okay. And then, alright. And then put a bomber right there.
Yeah, and that should be it, theoretically.
That would solve it with less, pieces than the, recommendation on Steam. Oh, I think it could work.
It can, but if we want to be extra safe, we want to be extra cautious, we can
Yeah.
just put this here. Thank God for the fat rat.
Yeah, I would not have thought to do that. No! It changed the physics. It changed the physics somehow.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
we just need something that pushes... So wait, leave it... Put, like, blow rat or lung rat down there, and he'll just push it further.
Oh, good plan. Yeah. The simulation changed. Come on.
See, that's the problem, is that, like, you can set it up, you can figure out how the physics are, and then you can put an object down somewhere to account for, like, okay, this will fix that problem in the end. But by doing that, you have literally changed the physics for every step prior to where that new piece is, in a way that is unpredictable.
Magic Meows, moderator Magic Meows, if you can hear this, can you bring me a lemonade, please? Can you please bring me something to drink? I'm so thirsty. It's so hot in this room. I'm like cooking to death in here at like 100 degrees. and being made to play bad rats. You know, this could eventually work.
Good.
I don't want to wait
Moderator
for that.
Magic Mouse says okay.
Come on.
All right. Okay. Fuck. We have other options for getting things across there. Right?
We do?
We have the runner. We have the archer. Runner might not work, but
Worth a shot, just to prove that doesn't work, because it has never worked once for us consistently. Yeah, awful.
But, that gives me an idea, but we don't have to explore it. Yeah, try Archer. Or that. That works.
I don't trust the archer either. Like, they give us these tools, but half the tools don't work reliably. The runner rat...
None of the tools. No tool in this game works reliably. The most reliable thing right now is Fat Rat just standing there and keeping that thing from falling. Okay, here's my thought. And by my thought, I mean I'm looking at the guide. Take your plank. Oh, almost.
So close.
But take your plank and make a ramp up so that the batter is just hitting it up the ramp towards the bomber.
I got lemonade, by the way. Something like that.
Not sure if that's... No, I said the ramp, as in, like, the plank. You're gonna need to angle it manually, like...
Easier said than fucking done.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna need to unangle that rat. Yeah.
Basically cheating,
Right.
it. Please work. I'm in hell.
It is just changed. Here's the thing you could do. Just put a random object down to the left and see if that changes the physics. Or that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking earlier, actually.
You know, that'll count as a
Still,
random
that
object.
might
down
change
to
the
left.
physics.
This is unreal levels of this, like, evil design. Of just this is pure contempt for the audience. Just no foresight whatsoever. Yeah, it's consistently... Change the angle
Like-
of that.
Okay, good. This goes down.
There's nothing up
Come
there, I'm
back.
realizing. I just want to see if we can even get it up there.
Okay.
Yep.
We can get it up there. So now we just do anything that'll push. Okay, it will still do this. You really have to think of this game in like a chaos theory, like butterfly effect ass thing, where any piece you put down will affect the past.
Yes.
Well,
24 tries so far, by the way.
now that happened.
Sharky, it hurts. Everything hurts. I don't want to be here. I want to
You're
have
the one who said, I don't want
always...
this to be a two-parter.
I've always wanted to be dead playing this. I want to have never lived. It's long enough to play this game. Oh.
There we go. You got it.
Let's see what the game solution was.
Yeah.
Let's see what their brilliant fucking idea was. They just don't even care about this. They just let this go.
I'm surprised that worked in the first try for them.
I bet it wouldn't work on successive tries. Jodariel proposes you click for the solution and the game just closes. Defrosting rats. Password orient. No clue. Choose the right side. This is part of the solution. Tractor to drop the ball softly over the runner. Runner position is important for a good thrust. Wait, so what did they say?
Looking.
Tractor to push or?
Tractor to push, yeah.
I don't think it matters what side. I think these are. This is a symmetrical map. So I think they're lying about.
So you have 2 instances in which you need to get it up.
Let's just see.
I think you basically got it. I think you're just gonna need to like hit it over to the left once it gets into that. I don't know what we want to call this thing in the center. Yeah, see, like put a batter right above that guy.
To be sure. Ooh. I was worried that wasn't going to work. I assumed
know.
that wouldn't work.
The physics changed again, but we got it. Yeah, look at that fucking night cry thing going there at the bottom. Professor.
I'm going to try.
Our night cry playthrough.
Try doing it windowed again because...
Nope, I can see it escaping.
Yep. Oh. I think I may have completely broken it. I think my windows might be broken now. No. It's just... I definitely want to close out the game, though, because my system is, like, dying on the vine, trying to. Can I just get to the password for the next level and or save?
I mean, I have all the passwords, but...
Yeah, this game, not built with modern Windows in mind, as it turns out. It clicked outside of E. I do want to try hard save one more time, but... I'm clicking... No, huh?
Nope. Goodbye. I have the password.
Small miracles. Okay. Yellow cow, you say?
Wonder if I should put some more food in the oven.
I have to do it full screen.
Yeah.
Again.
What level are we on? We're on 30 of 44. Yellow cow, yeah.
This game must have like a memory leak or something, where just the longer it runs, the more it affects your system.
Oh, I would 100% believe that.
Dissolving felines. Avoid the air escape. Tractor can drop the ball and trampoline will help. Cannon, finally spelled correctly, can be the best for a last thrust with timing. The old standby. If I can get this at an angle. And then put this here. This is definitely not the way the game intended.
No.
Yep. They want me to use the trampoline. That's fine. I can use the trampoline. A little bit to the left. That'll get it up there.
I see. I see what they want you to do. I see why they want you to do it. I see what they're trying to hint at with the shape of... Oh no, you managed to get it. Alright, and then you just need to push it to the left, get past that crusher, and then get it up with a bomber. Assuming that the pieces you just placed don't entirely
completely
change the
ruin.
physics.
Yeah.
Could just be random. Alright, alright.
No!
Here, you try to make this work, I'm going to turn the oven on.
I'm so sorry, Charkie. But know that I'm suffering with you. Bad Game Hall of Fame, we ride together, we die together. Come on. Okay, fuck you, Batter Rat. Lung Rat, you go down there. Or get removed, I guess. Now you go down there and you blow that goddamn ball so that the suicide bomber can eject it into the bucket and pour the acid on that cat, by God. Come on. Eventually it's got to cycle into working. Eventually the timing will be such that this ball passes underneath. It's so fucking close. But it's not gonna happen, is it? Maybe it'll work this time. Maybe it'll just work this time. I'll give it one more shot. Let's change the position up slightly. The batter wastes so much time at the top there. Hoping that by moving this guy closer here, he activates the ball that much sooner. Yes!
In short time, your fate will be sealed, Superman.
Solve my Rube Goldberg machine, Superman. Serious
got
bad
it.
rat.
It turns out I'm out of the cheese curds, so I put a Hot Pocket in the microwave.
Yeah, they use the can. They really insist on, like, figure out the timing. Just figure out, like, when you need to deploy these things like clockwork.
So
and I'm like, nope.
You see that if the rocket guy goes up, you see the shape of that piece at the top, how it's like angled. That's why they want you to do that.
Fuck that.
But yeah, you got it to work.
These things should just work on proximity. You should be able to say, when ball enters this zone, like put like a draw circle big, when the ball enters here, activates. That would be the easier way to do it rather than just fucking convoluted timer bullshits.
My stream snack follow-up, I have a Dr. Pepper creamy coconut right here.
You need timer to avoid the obstacles in the air escape. Tractor position is a timer. Archer can do the final move you'll need. Yeah, I guess we're going to need him to shoot it through the hole here. They probably want me to use a rocket rat to propel that upwards, but...
Oh, this is... Wait, this is so fucking simple.
Oh, yeah, we can skip this entire fucking... Why don't we just push it to the right and have him...
Yeah, just push to the right, have it hit. If the archer doesn't work, use a batter.
They have all this shit here, and it's just like...
Yeah, bat it. Bat it up.
Yep. They didn't realize the hole in their own fucking puzzle. They didn't realize
like
all they need to do is put a wall there.
There, that's it.
All he would have needed to do was put a wall here, and then they would have forced you to engage with all that bullshit. It would have sucked. But
So what was the original solution? What was them not realizing that? Huh.
huh? Wait. But
So
oh my god. Okay. I see the issue here. They realize that you need the archer facing this way, you need to shoot it this way, but they also realize that the timing on the archer is off. So their solution is for to go past the archer, to roll past here, to go all the way, to avoid the chain and ball, but to get vacuumed up by the vacuum rat here so that the archer can then do their shots.
please miss. Please miss.
Still incredible that they just overlook the simplest solution there. Power 10. A balloon can lift the fat rats. Archer to bloom the balloon. Archer plus
Weird way
balloon
to say
equals
pop.
timer. Wait, so why do we need the... Oh, I get it. Do you get it?
Not yet. I'm actually looking at the solution, and I still don't get precisely why we're doing this.
This is a
I
Yep.
get it. I didn't recognize that down there. Okay. So not the tractor.
Yeah, evidently not.
Interesting how I see. Oh, you're going to be able to figure this one out on your own. For sure, for sure.
I might move the fat rat up a little bit more up just to make this faster. Oh, wait, no, the ball phased through the, So we'll be that much quicker about it. No,
Nope,
the Z-axis, the smoker lung rat is so bad about it, like, getting off the Z-axis.
Which is funny because that's the solution, is to use a smoker right there.
That's what they want me to do.
Yeah. But you're right. It loves this flap the Z-axis. Aha! Okay. And then on that second thing, you need something to send it to the right.
Hey,
yeah.
batter, swing.
You might finish this game before my Hot Pockets are done.
No!
Oh, so close. That's it, though. That is the answer.
Maybe it'll work this time.
Entirely possible. Oh, hit it again. Yeah.
Don't you just love an exact science?
Did I remember to set the microwave to cat when I put it in the Hot Pocket?
I can guess their original solution was probably something like that.
Probably. Yeah, objects you use exact same. So, probably that.
Spiral. Cut cat. 3/4 of the way through the game. Last 11 stages, folks. Thank you for those of you who are continuing, who are stayed tuned in at the 4-hour mark of the show. And also, we're sorry.
The bomber thing.
You'll need to use one air escape to make it. Help the bomber height to lift the ball as tall as you need. As tall as I need.
All as you need. I don't like how the solution looks. It's not that complicated. I just don't like looking at this game anymore.
I just want to see how much this projects it. Okay, the answer is not at all.
Yeah. I think the one they want you to hit is that top one on the left, top left. So you need to haul ass to get it there. Because I can tell you, right now what you're building is correct. Well, now it isn't, but try it.
They want me to use the batter rat?
At least this guide wants you to use the batter rat.
Let me just see. Yeah,
No,
nope, it's
'cause
got to be
it's
batter
gonna
rat.
hit that.
I want to use Lung Rat, actually. Oh, so close.
Needs more oomph.
And then we got to figure out, like, for... I mean, I guess it would just be this, right?
It's going to be that, yeah.
Oh,
Physics have changed.
Yep. It comes down to Lung Rat. And he pushed it out of the Z-axis, yep.
So yeah, maybe this is why they want you to use batter.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
It's right there.
Slowly. Now,
Surely.
the problem is, once it gets down there, it's going to need some method of going to the left. Yeah, because that's not going to...
Wait for it. Wait for it. I'll be mad if
Please
this
work.
works. Oh, no!
I think with... okay.
Yeah.
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 And then put batter there.
Fuck.
6 to 1, half dozen the other. Good, 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 good. Aw.
Random number.
There we go, there we go.
Why is it rolling
That
up?
is... Backspin. The backspin is so nuts. Like, that is, like, you got a power-up in, like, Hot Shots Golf level of backspin.
The backspin is my worst enemy in the world. I don't care if it's how a ball would work. Fuck how a ball would work.
It's how a ball would work, but not like that. Not the way it's doing it there. All right. Let's get over there. Get there. There we go. There we go. There we go. Sonny says, I can't believe they programmed backspin. I have to assume some strange leftover the engine they use. Yeah, I'm assuming that it wasn't on purpose. I'm assuming that most things in this was an accident.
The engine they use being a horse racing simulator, by the way. So whatever backspin comes into play when you're racing horses. Gut and paste, or cut and paste. Fuck, the font's always gonna fuck me up.
It could go either way.
You'll need to use the air escape to lift the ball. Batter must be flying to have a good shot. Vacuum rat can do the rest. I just don't want to.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. Looking at it.
Is this what they mean by... No, wait. Fuck that. That's stupid.
I'm gonna let you cook for a bit. But...
I could just do this.
Yeah, Right. So, you're on... So, according to the thing, you're on the right track. This is a thing we were doing earlier that I suggested. That the board would be... Well, that could possibly... No. Yeah, you know what? Good enough. Good enough. So, you'll need something to hit that to the right.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
And he'll need something to... Yep. Then you'll need to... Yep. And then you'll need to get it over... Unless it carries. Come on. Hit it. What if he was a little bit more to the right?
Yeah. I know that if I run enough times, it'll just work. I think it needs to be even more to the right. And
change
of course,
the physics.
yep.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Nope, it fell off.
There's
There's another way to get this thing that doesn't involve that. If you have that board right there, no, you don't need to prop it up with anything. Because I'm looking at the thing here. If you have that board facing at...
Like this?
Whoa. Almost. Okay, so the board needs to be more vertical than it is horizontal. Like you're propping it up against the wall. So rotate it, and I'll tell you, keep rotating it. I know you're not going to be able to place it, but I'll tell you what angle it should be at. Keep rotating it. I know you're not going to be able to place it, but that's pretty much a little bit earlier than that. So like 55 to 60 degrees is the angle it should be. If you can get it there, that way the ball hits the top of the plank and rolls down.
There's no way to rotate it while...
There's some way, apparently, to get it into that position, because that is how the guide does it. How it got there, I don't know.
This is the worst system of auto-rotating that has ever existed. I can't do it. I don't
We'll have
know
to find
how...
some other thing. What you had earlier seemed to work. Aha! Yes, and then put that there, like that.
That's so hacky. Fuck!
It's so almost there. That, I think, is going to
get caught on the
collide, though.
Wait.
Yeah. No,
Who
it's still
cares?
going
Good
down.
enough.
Then, there. If you can finagle it. And... Yeah, get in there. Get in there. Okay, let's think about something here, though. Let's think about the last piece of the puzzle. You get that up there.
It just went right through him.
He did a perfect dodge. Okay.
No projection. Remember, Vacuum Rat can do the rest, they say.
Yes.
Yeah,
And that's where it would be.
God damn it.
That
I
went
was
all the way there. I'm gonna go get my hot pocket because you have the solution here.
Do I, though? Not that time.
Eventually you have the solution here.
Oh, it's so close. It's so goddamn close. The hate in my heart for this game is growing ever larger by the minute. Unfucking real. Why? How? Fuck off. Come on, just work. Just do your goddamn job. A little more to the left. I think I have to let it do the thing where it, like, sticks the lip. I hate this plank. This plank is so fucking annoying. Oh, thank God. Bye-bye, balloon rat. Bye-bye, baseball. Have fun in a different game. And what was their solution? What was their bright fucking idea? Yeah, use the rocket rat. Timing, timing, timing. Let me just see, because this gave us such fucking trouble. Yeah, I had a hunch.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
I thought so. I fucking thought so. Not even gonna give that the shot to work. Carmen saying, I think Charlie might be onto something about anything you add or tweak affecting the physics. Yes, I mean, what it is
Yes.
it's as I alluded to, it's literally pulling a random number, because computers can't generate truly random numbers. The computer does not have the agency to just pull a number out of thin air. What it will do, in any game that has any number, like sort of a random number feature, or even any program, what we'll do is it'll pull a value from somewhere else in let's say the RAM, or it'll pull like a coordinate data. And so as we're adding more stuff, as we're playing with the playfield, wherever the section is that the random number is pulled from, or random numbers are pulled from, is being affected in some sort of way. So yes, there is a direct correlation between the placement of stuff in the map and where it is pulling the numbers from. So that is why you're getting different world states when you're adding just one or two different objects or removing one thing.
And the problem is, for a game like this, or a game that is trying to do the Incredible Machine kind of stuff, or a Rube Goldberg's game, you don't want any random.
Yeah.
Random should not be part of the picture.
No,
period.
should not be a part of the conversation. Energize. You'll need to use the air escape in the pendulum. Timing will need to have the pendulum in our side. Tractor can give the start push, and its position is a timer. Whatever they say.
Okay, so that pushes it into the air thingy, and it goes left. What's the end
Let me
goal?
just see if this works first. I don't think this will. Yeah, I had a hunch.
Oh, acts as a timer, so yeah. Yes. Okay. So it needs to go left, and then gets hit by the thing to go left, and goes right and hits the button. I don't think the archer has enough oomph.
It's just the timing is so bad with them. They're just so inconsistent. Just to see if it works. We have 100 tries per level, so...
No, he doesn't have enough range.
I have the awful feeling I know what they want me to do.
Huh? Yeah. Bad position. Yes, but he needs to just kind of be somewhere else.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we have this part on lock before.
The problem is, once we add more things, it will stop being on
Yes,
lock.
I know. I hate the batter rat.
You hate all the rats, let's be
Yes,
honest.
I do. Except for Fat Rat. He's never steered us wrong.
Yeah, that rat's okay. Stream snack update, I guess. I'm having a Hot Pocket high protein barbacoa style beef. Black beans, reduced fat cheeses, zesty queso sauce, and a soft crust. They come in packs of 1.
Fuck.
What? I need to look this game up on speed. Not speed test. No, not speed test.
Speedrun. People are already
speedrun.
posting speedrun times for this. The world record is 39 minutes for this game.
Okay.
back down.
It's gonna blow the wrong way.
Gonna miss. Further back. You ever wish that video games just never existed, that they never got invented in the first place?
Nah, I'm not there.
We could have all been bird watchers in a different life, in a better life.
Oh, I've said before, in a different life, I would have been a biblical scholar. Maybe even like at a seminary.
Come on. I
don't
hate
think
you, Lung
Lung
Rat.
Rat is gonna do it.
It's all because we added Batter Rat. Just stay up there long enough to... Come on. Come on.
Interesting behavior. Goodbye.
I'm getting the fuck out of here.
I feel like I could hear the Reading Rainbow theme start up as you're just like flying away. All right. Okay. It worked once. Can you get up there? No. And we can't even use Fat Rat because it's starting from like all the way to the right.
Maybe it's time I got into like stamp collecting. Or like commemorative coins. Commemorative dishes. I'll be the YouTuber who eats food off of commemorative dishes that you're not meant to actually eat off of, ones that are just like purely decorative. And I'll be like, I'll say like, how does this Taco Bell menu item taste eaten off like, you know, the Titanic memorial plates? And that'll be my ticket to stardom, baby. This video game shit is over. You can use the tractor as a timer. I don't know if you knew this or not. I feel like we're getting further and further away the more I tinker with this.
It's not gonna work the way I think it's gonna work.
Come on. I'm going to strangle Augusto Bulo. I'm going to fly to Brazil, and I'm going to have crosswords with this man in his designs and the product he has released onto the world. I have some stern fucking language for this man at this point in time.
You have Discord on your phone, by the way.
Yeah, I guess I do.
If you'll check the stream team, at this point, I just put a picture of the answer in there.
Okay. You could just verbally, you use your words, you know. I don't know what the reticence is, why everyone is refusing to use their words with me, why Johnny was also recommending I use that channel.
Because it's hard to use words sometimes to explain these things. When, like, remember when I was trying to explain the plank in the exact angle that needed to be at? Also, I did explain the batter earlier.
Yeah, but I decided the batter was useless, and we're seeing why here. I determined why the batter doesn't work, because he hits the ball too hard. So every time, it just, like, overshoots.
Unfortunately, though, that is the answer provided in the guide with a video to back it up.
I'm going to look at my phone. All right. This is, if I move it a little up and to the left, this is the exact position. Wait. The exact position in this image. I'll let it run again.
What map is this? This is 35.
Mm-hmm. I reject any design that contends the batter rat is the proper solution for that, because it is fucking not. It is absolutely unequivocally not the answer.
I'm looking at it in motion, and this is like a real. You know how like when the game shows you what the answer is?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. It almost looks like. Okay. Question is, will this get down there?
Probably not.
Nope.
Run it again. You'll come back around. Not in time.
Nope.
Try again.
Wait a minute. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah,
I had an idea, but you're gonna have to do it.
Let's see the original solution. Let's see what the game thought would fucking work for this.
Good work.
Vacuum.
Dino Gem awarded.
That was the missing component. That would have helped. Let's see if it even works. Let me just see. I have a feeling that it won't work on the first try. It'd be so funny if this didn't fucking work on the first try. Oh, so close to not working. I can see that going wrong in so many ways. Read this one out loud for me.
Mouthful. Sorry. Nope, cannot read.
I was also trying to pour a drink so I could... Cannon can help with one lever in Rat's bombing. Archer can put a lever to roll with his arrows. Air escape can be helpful. I still don't know what that trick means. What that hint means. Air escape can be helpful. He said it like 7 times. No idea what the fuck it means.
They mean the vents that are pushing air?
That must be it. A flying rat can be need to have it done. What happens if it just runs? Just give me the solution for this one. Just tell me. I don't feel like solving this.
Because it is very odd. Put that there. But basically, you're gonna have a batter in the air, I think. Well, it looks like the batter's not even on the balloon. It just kind of free falls and hits the thing to the right. This is a very strange solution I'm looking at.
Maybe it lands on... No, let's try this.
And then it needs to do something. It definitely looks like you need a plank over that whole... Like, I can see there's a spinner thing, but it looks like if you put the plank over that, it'll just push it down.
Like here?
Yeah, and I think once it goes, it just blop. Yeah. It may need to be a little more to the left, but...
Yes.
There you go. So something needs to facilitate it going to the right there. I don't know if that's just putting down the crate. Okay. And then you could probably just put something on like a balloon up there to push it to the other way. Left, that's the word I was looking for.
Let's see if this makes it in time. I changed the timing. I fundamentally altered the state of the world to the extent that now this won't work.
Oh, wait. You have another You have another barrel. So put that all the way to the right and kind of make a wall. Not there, but on the lip of the thing.
It's just going to tip over. Oh, that
yeah,
works
but it still
well,
makes a
I
wall. Now, if we can just get that to behave.
think. Oh, behave.
Potentially angle that barrel just a tiny bit, but that might be enough to... I don't know. No. No, that's not going to work. It's just going to flip over. What pieces do we have here that would... Okay.
I'm gonna not have like any commentary. My commentary is gonna be this me making guttural like death sounds at this point. Hope folk don't mind at home. I hope that.
I was thinking Fat Rat.
Fat
Yeah,
Rat has never
okay.
steered us wrong.
That was it. That was the answer. Was Fat Rat.
What the fuck is this?
Nope.
Get fucked.
I need to put this plate away.
Get fucked, Augusto. Next stage. Waving. Password, Floripa. I give up, I don't know. Vacuum can give the start push the ball we'll need. You'll need to use the lever, then you need some timming, and drop a good weight on it. Alright, so to get it out of there, they want me to use the vacuum rat like this. Which seems very wasteful. Do I need a batter here just to... Huh? There we go. Oh, hi, Medful points out that Floripa is a nickname to Florianopolis, a Brazilian city. No idea why it's the password here, but at least that makes some sort of sense. Oh my god, I get it. This is gonna be a huge fucking pain in the ass to time out. Come on. Come on, baby. I'm definitely gonna have to make that later. Even just like a second later. Even just a half beat later. The batter is so inconsistent. The batter is my worst enemy. As per usual. The lung rat is not helping. Contemptible. I don't know. I think what I need to do ultimately is have Batter Rat be the one, because their profile is such, their stance is such that they have a better chance of the ball rolling forward. But then it's a matter of how do I get that to hit at the angle I want. And what if I did a trampoline for that? That could work. Okay, that's consistent. I like that. But then Batter Rat disappoints me again by overshooting it, as they usually do. Look at that ball go. So again, they failed me. I suppose I could use like a cannon rat and timing, but you know what? Let's do runner rat. Let's see if runner rat doesn't work. I bet he won't. Wait. Oh, small miracles. It really is just, when these animations start playing, I'm just like, come on, let's get this show on the road. I'm completely desensitized to it. If I was ever sensitive to it in the first place, I'm just, at this point, so completely over it. Apparently I used one more object than they intended. What was their intention for me? To use the tractor to push the fat rats, but ultimately the same fucking difference. Ultimately the same thing. I'm not even going to run that one. Just to be clear, as I'm moving my mouse here, for the benefit of folk at home, is this smooth or is this jerky? For those of you who are still tuned in, because I'm afraid with the full screen capture that this might be dropping frames, or is this smooth? If this looks like a smooth motion to you, please let me kind of both. I don't know what kind of both means in this context. Is it smooth, or are there frame drops? Let's ask that.
Let me see. Moving your mouse around. It looks about the same on stream as it does on Parsec. I'll say that.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah.
This game, I know it's memory leaking. I'm, again, tempted to close it out and reopen it, but... Guillotine. Archer can help you to give the ball the first impulse. It will need precision on position to have success. Trampoline help to make the ball continue its path. Whatever you say, boss.
Alright, let's see. Does that ball just go if you hit start?
No, I tried that. That was the first thing I tried. I don't think they intended for me to do that, but it does work. It's not enough impulse. It's not enough strength, is it?
The guide I'm looking at has runner rat where your trampoline is. Because he kind of like is big enough to cover that gap. A little more further, like he's literally covering that gap. Like that.
And then what, like a batter down here or a blower?
Yeah, batter. And then a blower. And then a boom. I'll say the way you have this set up is more, I feel, straightforward than the guide does, because rather than the tractor, he has an archer all the way to the right that shoots the thing, knocks it up a little bit to fall back down.
Planned Objects 5. Nailed it. It's driving me crazy looking at the frame drops on the right-hand side. Again, I don't know how that reflects on the actual stream, but I'm going to go out of full screen mode. Yeah, I'll try saving if the mouse will cooperate in such a way as to allow me to.
Not look like it.
No.
Show cat, I know the password. Oh, ooh.
Yeah, you don't understand how bad the mouse tracking is in this game. I can't imagine this working on modern Windows at this point. I don't think they had future-proofing as part of the plan for this. I'll be honest with all y'all. I don't think it was a consideration of theirs that this game would be playable in the year 2026. please just work. Please just capture the mouse properly in the way that I expect you to. No.
Nope.
Whatever. Full screen. At least we get like a new lease on life. At least this will like address the memory leak. And so we'll have a few beautiful minutes of the game running as it should and capturing as it should.
We're back to this. Who cares, right?
Yeah,
right now?
no,
At
yep.
this?
Well, what do you think we need to do in this one? Because this only tells you so much, I suppose.
Now,
Archer
what's
plays
interesting
special
is-
action. Runner needs to be placed after the ball pass. Rocket can be the best propulsor.
What's interesting is that this does render my guys obsolete or not useful because they assume that you have everything and not like the limited amount that you're given here. Wait,
This is not limited.
this
They
is
give me
still
the full
everything.
thing, but they're still showing me the solution because this game is a
Oh, that's weird.
wonderful piece of work. So this actually makes things more confusing because I don't know what the fuck. Okay, so something that will knock the ball as far
To the
as and
right.
as hard as. Let's see if this works for that. No.
It looks like there is a much easier solution than trying to trace this thing all the way around. Oh yeah, there's a real easy solution to this.
Give
I
it to
see
me. Feed it to me.
All right. I don't know exactly what you're going to want to go to the right at the start, but in the dead center is a bomber, and then you have a batter ready to hit it to the right where there's another bomber, where it just goes up. Not all that way up, just like right there.
Right here.
Yeah. And all the way to the right. You see, yeah, hit the bucket. And then just something to move that to the right. That batter might not be at a good angle, but this is the thing.
I hate the batter rat so fucking much.
Batter might need to be a little bit to the left. There you go. Okay, and then we just need to make that work. Right? There it is.
I am so fucking curious what their solution is for this. That super elaborate plan. I need to know what that fucking looks like.
And if it works. Ooh.
What the fuck? And there it goes.
Yep.
There's the part where it breaks down. I like the thinking of that. It's completely inefficient and stupid. And
Bro.
I don't think this will ever work. But it is cute how this comes in after the rocket rat. Yeah, no, this just...
Going the wrong way.
There's just no way this works.
Elbow.
One more try. One more try. I believe in you, Invent4. I mean, I don't. You died in shame, but...
So I got a dessert stream snack. Didn't work. I got a super stacked Pop-Tarts chocolate, which, again, they sell them in packs of 1.
I'm getting fucking Taco Bell after this. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm treating
You're
myself
getting
to
a stomach
chalupas.
parasite after this.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
absolutely. I don't care. Take me out. Side to side. You'll need to push the ball side to reach the top. Tractor should make the first movement. Rocket with a good timer can do the last thrust.
See if this is another one that just needs like 2 things to make it. Oh my god, I called it. You just need
Yep,
2
just
things to make
vacuum
this
that
one
like
work.
pulls it up somehow, and then like an archer to shoot it, right?
Uh,
Or just
no,
a
I
rocket
mean,
rat
the-
that takes it upwards.
the tractor and a bomber. Apparently.
I was
According to
overthinking
this.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's standing more to the left in this. Not that far to the left, just on the left side of that vertex. That was an interesting interaction.
Yeah, that's interesting application of physics.
There it is.
Wunderbar. By the way, the solution is missing now. So I don't know. I don't know with the save and load system. I just don't get it.
What was the intended solution?
They plan on using 4 objects. Again, anything that requires timing, I hate. Anything that requires, like, interacting with the time... Get fucked. Get real. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not even going to humor that one. 4 levels left.
Mm-hmm.
The gift bucket. It's all about making an object fall at the right time. That's going to roll naturally. I'm just curious. Just curious. I don't think this will work. I don't think this is what I'm supposed to do. Ugh.
Surely it must be something like that. I say before I look at the solution. Oh, of course not. What? What is this? Okay.
When you're confused even just looking at the fucking picture of the solution, that's never a good sign.
I was confused partially because the thing that they're using there blends into the background. This is one that I'd have to just show you rather than try to... And to be clear, on the left, that's the runner. It's like nigh invisible.
Oh yeah, you're not kidding. You know how I describe this? Put the runner above the balance, above the beam.
That needs to be more to the left.
Zooming in real close. Okay.
And you're going to need the board to go across that second set there.
Ugh. I hate when it gets away from me.
Somehow, bad position. Okay. Again, it is entirely possible that by putting more pieces, the physics become more advantageous. But that'll do it. Okay, so a bomber on a barrel. Then a bomber up the top.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that even works. Cool. And that will upset the simulation. So now, this is the point where now this will never make it past this lip.
Oh, wait.
Still didn't work.
So, it just has to work at some point. Like, I think the thing is, at a certain point in this game, there are no guaranteed solutions. There are solutions that will work, but they won't always. Like, case in point.
Just fundamentally, just intrinsically, just on the merit of these random physics and randomly determined, like, you know, the fact that the correct solution can occasionally does not work, this game's a failure. A complete and abject failure. I had the right idea as to what the game wanted me to do. Yeah.
I hate anything that uses these rockets.
Yes, yes. Anything that requires using the timers, I refuse to engage with. Which is clearly not how the developers intended for you to play the game, but I notice a distinct lack of rockets and cannonballs in any of the solutions you've provided to me. Cat's on fire. Password, hot, hot, hot. Hint, you'll need to use all your lifting options and something more. Lift.
Mm-hmm.
Batter swing. Blower. Bomber.
Yeah.
Though I'm dreading trying to get the ball up through there.
Another bomber. The trick is now going to be, how do you get it to that bomber over there? I'll say, with the guide I'm given, you have everything in the right position. You just have 2 rats that are in different places, comparatively. I don't know what that rat is doing, though. Vacuum rat needs to be a little bit more to the left.
God damn it. Because it's clipping into the... It hits the platforms when he's...
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's so close.
It was close.
It might just work. I mean, barely any alteration, it might work. Even with no alteration, it might have worked. That's the beauty of this game. Hey, Archer!
Archer. Okay.
Hey, Blower! Hey, you know, let's run the same thing again. Let's run it twice. See what happens. The fact that there's not, like, some invisible wall that keeps everything inside the game field is a crime, is a bad one of game design. The fact that we have to even consider the Z-axis here is a fundamental failure to understand the video game they were making.
Okay. What if
Unbelievable.
What if swap blower with batter? See if that does something. Shoot. Arrow guy. Aha!
Didn't even need this guy. So curious what the solution for this is supposed to be. I mean, assuming it's this. I'm assuming we got it. I'm assuming that we...
The solution is going to involve the rocket and the cannonball and the fat rat somehow.
Almost.
I was almost right.
Almost. What's this fucking barrel doing here? I guess they were so nervous about, like, the ball, like, landing in this spot that they wanted to foolproof it in some sort of way. The barrel might... the ball might bounce against the wall.
Oh my god, it worked.
Alright, penultimate level. We're so nearly there. Losing my head. Vacuum can pull the ball to the rocket, believe on the batter for doing the last part with a little help of bombers.
So the ball starts... Okay, there. Jeez.
I mean, there's nothing to it. There's no other way to get it out of there except for a vacuum rat, so...
Yeah.
Unless I'm using, like, vacuum rat on, like, a balloon here or umbrella.
No, vacuum rats needs to be up there on the lip. Although he might need to be on the other lip. I'm just looking at 3D space. Right? Like, he might need to be right there.
Yeah. 3D space is a tricky thing.
So, okay. Now I'm thinking from the end here. We need the bomb to be under the goal.
Yeah,
You know,
right here.
right there. The bomb is also going to have to be how you get up there. Yeah, put that there. Bomb under there. Bomb under where the batter is, so we can actually hit it. Then you could do anything to get it across at that point.
Play it where it lies.
There you go.
Is this a new one?
Think so. Maybe. Okay. I was like, is the cat just going to decide to walk into it? That eyeball's having fun down there. Bye.
That's the only one. I can assure you it's the only thing having fun right now. Besides our audience at home, of course, who diligently tunes in and sticks through to the fucking 4 hour, 40-minute mark. Jesus wept. Yeah, I can just assume this would work. I can assume that is what it's supposed to do. Yep. Last level.
Last one.
In this fucking marathon playthrough. Where's my mind? Password, heaven. Rocket, with some help, will need to handle one lever. Tractor can drop something with a good timing. Let me just see if this just works.
Yeah, where's the ball start? Okay.
Fuck off.
So, no, that can't be it. I don't think. Because you're going to have to get it up on the right side eventually to where the other teeter-totter is. So either something else needs to drop there, or you need to find another way up. Possibly...
I have an idea.
You could possibly put a bomber.
Yep.
Just, yeah.
The when he's at an angle, that makes it a bit trickier.
And then I guess you would need another... No, because two bombers next to each other are just going to blow each other up immediately.
Two bombers don't make a right.
Actually, runner rat right there would be good. Where you put that barrel.
Yeah, I just want to see this play out real quick. Yeah, that figures.
Yep. You want me to tell you according to the guide? I'm going to figure this one out.
I get your meaning with that.
So
it does seem more consistent.
Do you see where the ball is going to fall down into that shaft? Just put a barrel in that shaft. Not that shaft. The other shaft where the ball is actually going to fall down.
Oh my god. Gross.
And if it does it just right, it'll roll into it. Yep. Then it hits that.
Gotta buy this guy more time. I gotta hope the runner rat actually manages to get it. Okay, yep.
Alright. This could be it. This could be the end of the game as soon as that rat gets up there. Hey, didn't even need the bomber.
It just works. %50 of the time, it works 60% of the time.
Ain't ya? And rightly so, rightly so.
Congratulations, indeed.
We get a special ending thing. We got the Bad Rats King.
Just out of curio, what was the original solution? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, a vacuum to help it up. That would have... Yeah, that was actually a pretty good idea.
And again, this doesn't even factor in.
Yeah.
I love that for this.
Next level.
You finished the game. The rats had their revenge for now. What will the cats be planning for their counterattack? Visit the game site for bonus maps and updates. There are no bonus maps. That was never a thing. That didn't happen. Play my fucking screen. Good God. I didn't remember it being that painful. I did not remember it being that fucking painful to get through this game. I remember it being slightly easier, but I guess I would have been playing with the solutions. I guess I would have been playing with a limited tile set. I guess I didn't do it on expert difficulty the first time through. I kind of just let easy mode spell it out. Let's see the credits. I already know everyone who worked on this game. I already know all 4 people who actually actively worked on the game.
I already know their addresses.
Original idea and concept, Augusto Bolo. Programming, Augusto Bolo. I'm going to call each of the credits as they happen. 3D models is Carlos Alberto. Yeah, I got beat to it. But it's also going to be Carlos again. Mm-hmm. A cousin.
Animations
of
of 2 M's.
This is Marcio. Graffiti's going to be Gustavo. Oh, no, that's right. The graffiti is they hired an outside guy to do that. The additional art is Gustavo. And that's everyone who actively worked on the game. Level design is Augusto again. There might be special things. Sounds. There might be, like, beta testing, where they'll list some names here. His friends and family and so forth. Special thanks to their dad. The Leo Augusto Neves Bulo is the father. Or is that Leo Gustavo di Gastro Bulo? It's one of the two. One of the Leo Augustos. No real cats or real rats were hurt during the game development, except a few ants and a bat that tried to live in the office's air conditioner cage. This is a game of pure fiction. We think animals are cool. Never cut, explode, drop acid, chainsaw, microwave, energize, or shoot real animals. Thanks for playing Bad Rats. Oh, the pleasure was all yours, Invent4. Believe you me, Augusto. Ugh. One more thing.
New game. Play it again.
Play it again, Sam. Just want to recreate a GIF I've always used for advertising this game since we have the full. Let's give us one of everything. Put them all up in the air.
Are you putting these in exact positions?
No. Just a general sort of nightmare I'm constructing here.
All right, well, best and worst rat of the night.
Worst was absolutely fucking. I guess it's either Cannon Rat or you know what? The worst for me, the one that was the most disappointing, was Archer Rat. Archer Rat was never consistent. Batter Rat is a close second, and then the ones that are timing based that we just never use. Best Rat, Fat Rat. It's not even fucking close. Fat Rat gets to live in this simulation, in this simulacrum. We'll put a balloon on. It won't let me. No fun.
I don't know. Personally, I think worst rat is Cannon Rat. No, not Cannon Rat. I'm sorry, Rocket Rat. But Fat Rat, you knew what you were getting into with Fat Rat. Ooh, what's he doing? What's Batter Rat doing? He's
celebrating.
Facing a brand new direction. He's discovered his world is 3D.
Runner Rat's on his side. Oh, he's breaking out. He's breaking free. One more time. It's so cathartic. It feels so good after all that, honestly. And the cat lives, and Fat Rat lives. Well, interesting.
I know you normally like to have the game up in the background while we
But
talk
I don't want to
over it,
fucking...
considering
yeah.
the memory leak.
Well, Charky.
Mm-hmm.
4 hours and 50 minutes later.
I think people are gonna on YouTube. They're gonna see this and they're gonna be like, "How could Bad Rats be like 6 hours long?" And it's like, "Oh, okay, now I get it."
So, what are your final thoughts on them their Bad Rats?
What an abject failure
Mm-hmm.
of one of these kind of games. Again, this is a genre of game that I do really like. Which is to say, I like the Incredible Machine because that's the one. I mean, there are more than that, but I always go back to Incredible Machine or Incredible Tunes. I think is maybe the Japanese name of the series. But I like the process of like sussing out like what things to do, where to put these pieces, and having like very exact ideas of how things are going to interact with each other. You know what? Before I get into the physics, because that's going to be the main thing, let me just say, uh, what a piece of shit game in terms of like tone. Like, I know it's trying to be edgy, whatever, but just it's ugly.
Grow up, yeah.
Yeah, it's immature. It's not like immature in a way that feels like oh hoo, hoo, haha look how we're referencing. It's just like no, it's just ugly, and that's not for me at all.
It's ugly and it's mean. It's mean on
Yeah.
top of ugly.
But no, the physics. Like this is going to be probably most of what we're talking about is the physics. Because it absolutely 100% fails as this kind of game because there's any amount of random physics to it. There should never be any randomness in a game like this. When you're building like a Rube Goldberg machine in a game about that, it should always be deterministic. Things should behave in a set way every time. It does not do it in this game, and that is an abject failure. The fact that you can launch the same simulation over and over again, and you'll get different results, sometimes slightly different, sometimes massively different, that is just a complete failure of this game to be the thing it wants to be. On top of that, made worse by the fact that whatever they're doing to pull random numbers is dependent on the state of the world you're in. So if you set up something, as you were doing, as anyone would do playing one of these games, is try to figure out how can I get this to this position, and once I figure that out, I will start building on top of that, and I will start working from this new position to be like, okay, I've got it over this hump, now I can get it down this slope. Once you put new pieces into play, it affects the physics from things earlier before you even get to that new thing. It has changed how physics fundamentally works. It is chaos theory. You are changing the state of past actions by introducing new things in the future of the ball's path. It is maddening. And then it's in 3D. It shouldn't be in 3D. I don't mean it shouldn't have 3D graphics. I mean, that didn't help. But I don't mean it shouldn't have, like, 3D graphics. I mean, there's a Z-axis. Why is there a Z-axis? It's a 2D puzzle thing, but stuff can just fall out. You can just, like, escape the field. It's like if you were playing Super Mario and you fell off the blocks into the background. Like, why is that even an aspect? So yeah, this utterly miserable excuse for one of these games. Just not programmed correctly on the basic, most fundamental level. Again, abject failure.
It's like a 3 out of 5. You're thinking like a soft 3. It's okay.
A thumbs up on Steam.
Yeah. Okay. Everything you just said, with the added angles from my part that the fact that the intended solutions and the way they are drawn, the way they are the way they graffiti onto the screen, like, hey, circle here where you put this thing, considering the fact that you have like complete free operation of rotation and angle and position on the screen, that it's not grid based in the way that these games need to be. The fact that, even trying to match the intended solution, never mind the fact that the intended solution could just fail because of the random physics, right? And trying to match that to the precise values that the developers intended is a fool's errand. And when one pixel to the left or right or up or down can make a huge difference in the way the ball consistently reacts and where it lands and the trajectories and whatever, when there's so much variability, and that is compounded by the issue of the random numbers and by just like how many cogs need to be like firing at exactly the right rhythm with each other, it just makes the game just so fucking tedious. Even with the instructions drawn on screen, you are better off in the expert mode, ignoring the advice they give you and trying to game it out for yourself. But even though you can do that, you'll still run into issues with certain levels that are just so fucking frustrating, where you can land on the right solution, just have it not work because of the randomness value. I think the whole thing need to be grid-based. I think it's need to be locked in, consistent. I think the physics need to be predetermined in such a way, pre-calculated, consistent in such a way as to allow for consistent puzzle solving. And yeah, that would have removed a lot of like the spirit of the game, what they were going for, a lot of like the anarchy of it. And you could tell that like to some extent they were proud of the fact that it was random. At any point, they could have dialed in hard static numbers for the force multiplier of explosions or arrows or what have you. They could have made a decision during development to say, this will react consistently. They deliberately kept the random on, and that was a mistake. Almost every aspect of this game was a mistake. I hate it tonally. I don't find it funny in the ways that they intended. I only find it funny when their intended solutions don't work. That was the primary point of comedy I derived from this game, was watching Augusto's own designs fail in spectacular fashion. The game's a technical fucking mess, and 44 levels, even though it took us, the better part of 4.5 hours to get through, or more like 3.5 hours, actually, now that I'm recalculating for that. Still pretty fucking brief, especially without having a level editor in, which would not have been a big add, would not have been a big ask of them. It would have been a big add. It would have been a big value add to add a level editor. And, it would have been frustrated by the inconsistent physics, but at least it would have given the game something to pad out the 44 levels. Because as it stands, you play the game once and that's it. That's even if you even play it once. Most people don't. Most people don't play the game once. Most people who own the game will never, ever, ever launch it. And they'll probably be better off for it. But it's also a game where you get through it once and that's it. And you maybe wait like 10 years, play it again, having forgotten all the solutions, and maybe you get like another run out of it. But that's ultimately not a tenable, viable business strategy. That's ultimately not a good value proposition, even for $5. For $1, whatever, sure. But still a deeply frustrating experience, and deeply confusing how Augusto could possibly presume that anyone unironically likes this. The fact that he convinced himself that there was something to this, that there was some sort of merit, or that he was trying to convince just the readers and the audience at home through his interviews that people genuinely liked this game, that there was a percentage of people who truly understand it, is bullshit. It's bullshit of the highest order. This is a barely functional product where the fundamentals of it are so rotten to their core, where the core conceit of the game is so fundamentally fucking flawed that the only way to engage with this is in a purely ironic fashion. I don't know how that out of 8 reviewer landed on a 6 out of 8 without being like completely irony poisoned. They didn't strike me as a sort, but there's just no way you can land on like this game getting a passing grade when the fundamentals of it don't work. It is so deeply frustrating, to look at the state of Steam nowadays to look at what Steam reviews became, and partially on the back of, partially due to this game, leading to people posting ironic reviews, ironic positive reviews, who are just like, the best game ever made, Jesus Christ came down and bestowed this game upon me, like that sort of like breed of Steam comment, of Steam review, that adds absolutely fucking nothing. You can blame partially on this game and the gag gift culture around it and so on and so forth. And, you know, while most people can like read that and understand that it is, you know, sarcasm, that it's part of the bit, there's always going to be that percentage of people, that 5% or whatever Augusto said, who don't get that, who it goes over their head. They wind up spending the $2 on this for a miserable fucking time and wondering, why the fuck did my friends recommend this? Why the fuck did this person recommend it on Steam? Is everyone fucking crazy, or am I the crazy one here who just like is completely outside of the loop on that? I don't know how actually feasible scenario that is, with Bad Rat's reputation being what it is, as well established and well known as it is. But there's always someone out there. People didn't know this game had sequels, so there's got to be, by that logic, people who don't know this game, this base game exists in the first place, that this first one exists, and it's better off that way, that people don't know about it. It's better off that this is dead and buried. It's good that Augusto finally figured out to stop banging his head against this and trying to make Bad Rats a thing, because it won't be. Because ultimately, the whole prospect of it falls apart the second someone engages with the first or second game. Primarily this first one. They're more likely to engage with this first one. And when someone actually makes the decision to play it for themselves, they will quickly realize just how busted it is, how it just doesn't work. And they won't trust Augusto to have learned with time, with experience. That's the read I get, is just like from playing this and seeing how hard he continued to push this game years after the fact, how proud of it he still pretended to be, or was genuinely. I just take that to mean that this is a guy who doesn't learn from his mistakes. I take it to mean that this is a guy, this is a team that thinks this is a passing product, that thinks that this, like, you know, is worthy of whatever price tag they put on it, and that just isn't the case. And I just wouldn't trust them with anything else they put out. This is the sort of game that annihilates your reputation, and the more you lean into a game like this, the less trustworthy you are as a studio. When I predicted in 2018 that the studio would eventually just rebrand, they would eventually, like, you know, have the fucking common sense and decency to drop the Invent 4 brand and come up with some new studio and start again, that's what they should have done. The fact that they're still operating as Invent 4 and wallowing in complete obscurity, putting out mobile glut that no one's going to remember, that, you know, like, with names that, like, slip out of your mind, designing for platforms like Plock or whatever the fuck it was called, that are going to be gone tomorrow, you know, that are going to, like, just completely, like, fall into the abyss when, you know, whatever ownership is through with it, when they realize they can't compete with Roblox. That they're just making games for no one at this point. They're making these products that are meant to be consumed briefly and then just as quickly forgotten about. And, like, Bad Rats is the most memorable thing they made, but for all the wrong reasons. And everything they've made since then is just so forgettable and so non-distinct and so lacking in personality that, on the other hand, yeah, I kind of get why they wanted to stick with Bad Rats. At least it had a personality. It was a rancid personality. It's tonally, like, dog shit. It's mean-spirited and ugly. It's racially insensitive. It doesn't get better with Bad Rats Show. I'll tell you that much for fucking free. It's just not the sort of thing I would ever want to tie my name to. It's not the sort of thing I want to hang my hat on. It's not the sort of thing I would want to be emblematic of me or my studio or my time in the industry. I would just as quickly disavow this game as I released it. I would just as quickly, like, take the opportunity where it didn't come out the gate successful, where it stagnated for a few years, and just use that opportunity to completely bury it and move on and just try again and hope that this gets forgotten. The fact that they kept it in the ether for as long as they did is shocking. And ultimately a sign that, you know, I'm sure Augusto taught a great game design course. I'm sure he has his takeaways. I'm sure, with the benefit of decades since, of years since, that he has to know at this point, like, what he produced and what its value is, as purely an educational tool, as purely something to learn lessons from, rather than something to aspire to or imitate. I have to imagine he's at that point now. And if he's not, he's fucking delusional. And I hope that when he does teach, when he does serve as professor, that, you know, he's at least able to focus on, like, the brass tacks of design. Maybe he's a competent programmer. Maybe he, you know, he's not a competent designer based on this. And based on the little bits I played of one of his most recent games, one of those ones on the web-based platform, they did not seem very good. But, you know, fundamentals are important. if he can teach the fundamentals, the basics of programming, you can only hope that he inspires a generation that's more competent than he is. The game development industry in Brazil is still flourishing, is still blooming, is still nascent in its ways, still has a long way to go, but will eventually become a major player, and they are making moves too. There are games that are emanating from Brazil now that are reaching global appeal, and that's awesome. And there's very talented people operating out of that country who, grew up with the likes of, potentially a Bad Rats, potentially a Virginia incident, that these early nascent games, a Hades 2, Razor 2, what have you, that if these were the things, that these were their entry point into the industry and they aspire to do better, then that's something. I have faith in the future generations. I respect the fact that Augusto and Gustavo were early in the game, came into the scene early and made their footnote in history here. But they don't need to make games anymore. They can be done. They can move on. They can move on to teaching the next generation. They don't need to keep throwing their hat in the ring. I don't need to see anything from Augusto ever fucking again. I definitely don't need to see a Bad Rats 3. You can definitely shelf that one. But he's going to do what he's going to do. And who's to say? If he comes out with a Bad Rats 3, if there's ever a Bad Rats 3, if he fucking puts out a Bad Rats 3 in 2029 for the 20th anniversary, then this man should never be taken seriously ever again. Colleges shouldn't hire him at that point. If he's that committed to the fucking bit and to keeping this thing in the ether, it's at that point that you just completely discredit this man. So here's looking forward to 3 years from now, seeing what comes of Bad Rats Day in 2029. We'll see if they learned any fucking sense in the past 20 years from that point. 1 out of 5. Barely functional. And even when it does work, it's not particularly fun. It's not a particularly good one of these. Even if it worked as intended, it would still be a pretty bad one of these. It'd still be all single screen puzzles with very little complexity or depth or tools at your disposal. So ultimately, I don't see a world in which this game ever hangs, in which this game ever is considered a classic of the genre or a hidden gem or what have you. But I'm sure the Bad Rats army will swarm into the comments section here and post all their hilarious, ironic comments about how this is actually the best game ever, and we'll all have a laugh and be like, haha, that's right, we shouldn't take games seriously. Never mind, the fact that people spent money on this. At a point in time, they're spending $5 on this. Nah, it's all in good humor. It's all in good fun. Let's continue gifting this game to each other and letting it fucking stagnate and adding to the pile of digital detritus in each other's Steam libraries. Can we pick a better ironic game to gift to people? There's got to be better games on Steam now that cost less. Or things that are free. There are free games on Steam that are better than this. By, significant margin. We can definitely move on from Bad Rats as the gag gift du jour. We can definitely agree to not fucking gift this game to anyone ever again. Can we a consensus audience watching at home? Can we make a handshake agreement with one another? Verbal contract. To do that? Cool. Great. Glad. Thanks. Thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in. And all that's left for me to do is to say, folks, thank you for tuning into this. Our protracted playthrough of Bad Rats. Good God. But at least we never have to play Bad Rats ever again.
Well, this specific Bad Rats.
This specific Bad Rats. We still have to play Bad Rats Show. Fuck! And maybe Fat Rat Pinball, and maybe a Bad Rats 3 later down the line. But Bad Rats The Rat's Revenge is fucking done in the books. Definitive history section on this game presented in this episode. So, choke on it. And thank you for making it this far. Thank you for making it to the end of this. If you are here listening to this right now, you are a trooper. You may consider tuning into future streams of ours, like this coming Thursday, July 23rd, where we'll play the second episode in our playthrough of Damnation, the third-person alt history. I said third person twice. I'm losing it. It's a game we're playing. It's got alt history in it. Check it out. Saturday, July 25th will be something. It's pending on the schedule. We'll figure out something to play. It's always something on the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Join us Monday, July 27th for Casual Mondays, a show in which we play not-so-bad games and shoot the shit a little more casually. And then join us Tuesday, July 28th for another pending. It's always something on the Bad Game Hall of Fame. We'll figure out something. Some sort of one-off, or maybe the start of a new playthrough, a new multi-part playthrough. It's usually something like that. gonna quickly fly through. Hey, if you like what you saw here tonight, consider joining the Discord, discord.gg/BGHOF, a community of connoisseurs. Talk good games, bad games, every game between. Join our Bad Game Club, where folk are currently playing. Is this the month where we're doing Breakout for PlayStation?
Breakout.
Yes, it is. It's a new bad game every month. Folk are currently playing the PS1 reimagining of Breakout, commiserating over it in that channel, sharing their tips and tricks, so on and so forth. It's a new bad game every month, so if that doesn't strike your fancy, just wait till August. And hey, if you really like what you saw here tonight, you might consider financially supporting us by pledging on Patreon, subscribing on Twitch, becoming a member on YouTube. Any or all of the above will grant you access on that Discord server to a Patreon Saints channel where you can vote in polls to determine our playthroughs, make suggestions, help steer the direction of the show, and gain access to exclusive content, primarily by way of VODs, primarily by way of our Casual Mondays archive, nearing 180 plus hours of exclusive content. We're working on further offerings, financial incentives, so on and so forth. And we thank those of you who do support us, who choose to support us, just out of the goodness of your hearts, for a love of the game, or for a hatred of bad rats, whatever the case may be. For a hatred of us, maybe you like to watch us suffer. I think like tonight's episode definitely delivered on that promise. So, schadenfreude to you, and we do genuinely appreciate you helping us keep the lights on here at the Bad Game Hall of Fame. If you can't financially support us, we completely understand. If you're still looking for a way to help out the show, that is free. Go over to our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/@BadGameHallOfFame. Find our suggested viewing playlist on there. That's 20 handpicked episodes that we think make for some of the best onboarding onto this here show of ours, fit to share with folk you know who might go for video game stream archives in the 3 to 5 hour range. We leave it to your discretion, dear viewers. Maybe you know someone who's Brazilian. Link them this episode. I don't know. We got through all that in record time. How about a raid? How about we cap all this off by sending our audience someone's way in case you want another few hours of streaming.
Who's streaming here at 2 in the morning?
Let's go with Hexyscale VT, who is playing Shining Resonance Refrain. Please let them know the Bad Game Hall of Fame sent you. They are a friend of the show. They are a member of the community. So please to consider if you have any energy left in your tank. I don't, but hopefully they will appreciate the gesture nonetheless. That will do it for us here at the Bad Game Hall of Fame. I have been Cannonball Cassidy.
I've been Z-Axis Charkie.
Very good. Thank you one last time for suffering with us. We suffer, but why? We'll catch all y'all later on down the road. And until next time, bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.